People gather around discussing shocking news. Araceo has been accused of a crime by her younger sister. This accusation caused her family's assets to plummet while her sister's family gained wealth overnight. The tragic situation continues as Seo is imprisoned and sentenced to death. She gives birth to a daughter during her confinement and eventually succumbs to depression. The scene shifts to Seo and her young daughter. The child calls out for her mother, who is coughing repeatedly, showing signs of illness. The young girl pleads with a guard to take her sick mother to the doctor. She expresses urgency, hoping for immediate help. The guard dismisses the child, coldly saying it's better if her mother dies, so he doesn't have to get involved. The daughter is devastated, crying over her mother's motionless body. Overwhelmed with anger and sadness, she declares that everyone deserves to die. The news announces that Seo's daughter, Mingjin, who is not a prisoner, is being detained on a space station named Blue Star. The incident has caused global commotion and plans are underway to declare her innocence. Mingjin reassures her mother not to worry from her cell. She promises that once her mother is free from prison, she will clear her name. Determined and resolute, Mingjin vows to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to her and ensure that those responsible will not escape unpunished. The story setting cuts to the Blue Star station floating in space as part of the background scene. A brief scene at a hospital is shown, indicating a shift in location for the upcoming events. Onlookers identify Mingjin as the person featured in the news after her release from jail. She has become well-known due to her past. Mingjin is seen entering the Blue Star, and people question her purpose for being there now that she is free. Observers comment on Mingjin's appearance, noting her beauty but also lamenting that she is associated with a murderer's family. Mingjin reflects that even after being released from jail, she requires a health certificate. This process feels burdensome to her. Mingjin discusses with someone about a medical situation where a failure to operate could lead to serious consequences for a child. A little boy shows concern, reflecting that it's difficult to expect street dogs to act well, making a comparison to human behavior. The boy, feeling a unique bond, subtly compares incidents involving himself and someone else, hinting at mutual understanding or a shared situation. An open call for marriage is announced for a wealthy family looking for suitors. They seek someone suitable for their status. The first candidate introduced is Song Flora, described as the hardest rich girl to win over and a top graduate from medical school representing a prominent family. The second candidate is Mingjin, labeled the alien girl who just returned. She's harshly called the daughter of a murderer and associated with financial trouble. A return to the space scene, focusing on another station, known as Poison Star, setting up a future narrative or scene. Mingjin is seen speaking weakly, calling out for her mother, hinting at a desperate state of mind or situation. In distress, under the duress of investigations, Seo insists on her innocence, pleading for release amid her struggles. Despite her protests, guards harshly dismiss her claims, forcing her back into confinement as they insist on her guilt. Seo continues to proclaim her innocence, calling out to a person named Pian Lang in a moment of desperation. A confrontation with her sister-in-law ensues, who accuses Seo of murder falsely, claiming she witnessed the entire event. Seo, in a state of panic, kneels in her cell, denying the allegations and insisting on her innocence. She fervently repeats that she was not responsible for the murder, trying hard to convince those around her. Her sister-in-law coldly questions Seo, pointing out the incriminating evidence, questioning her innocence and intentions. With a malicious grin, the sister-in-law further taunts Seo, suggesting her deception is shameful and labeling her heart as cruel. A woman with long, white hair tells a young character that she is afraid because their dad is being forced to marry. She mentions that soon they will have a stepmother. A young boy in a red hoodie reacts with surprise and fear, saying it would be better if he was kidnapped by the woman. He questions what his dad wouldn't do. The woman clarifies to the boy that the situation is not so clear, hinting at some uncertainty about his father's actions. The boy experiences sudden pain and cries out that it hurts. As the boy continues to cry, several security guards rush towards him, asking what is going on and if he is all right. He demands them to attack the bad girl who harmed him. The guards, looking confused, ask the boy who he is referring to. The boy insists it is the bad girl next to him, but they tell him no one is there. The boy looks around in confusion, questioning where the mysterious girl has gone. The guards express shock as the boy's leg appears to have completely healed, leaving them amazed. The boy excitedly notices the disappearing of dragon-like horns from his head, realizing he's healed. He happily informs the guards that the pain is gone along with the horns, confirming he is okay. A concerned older woman arrives, asking what happened to her little treasure, and if the leg is healed. The boy mentions a bad girl cursed him. Someone explains that the young master seems to have encountered a traditional medicine expert. They add that the healer, a young woman, left shortly after curing him, leaving no trace. The guards speculate that the healer might be Song Pianlin, but the boy dismisses this idea. The boy gets excited upon realizing who the mysterious healer was, telling his grandma that it's her. The white-haired woman is revealed on TV. An announcement highlights her as one of the 3 heiress billionaires seeking a husband. The boy is confident about identifying the woman as his future wife, suggesting she will be with him in the future, to the surprise of the guards. The young boy expresses his unwavering certainty about the woman being his wife, marveling at how he could be wrong about her. The older woman advises the boy against speaking nonsense, reminding him of his young age and the impracticality of marrying. Unfazed, the boy declares that if he can't do it himself, he will act in his father's name. The scene shifts to Blue Star's main station, introducing the bustling central street filled with futuristic aircraft. The narrative moves to a radio station, where the radio host announces exciting news to the crowd. Amidst the public, the white-haired woman hears that one of the world's richest men called the station. The news reveals the man's intentions to marry, focusing on a particular candidate well known for her mysterious presence and connections. The white-haired woman appears surprised, questioning to herself the suitability of the proposal. She then wonders about who else could be involved in this situation, suggesting a larger, complex backstory. The older woman, now pensive, discusses over the phone the desperate need for the boy's leg recovery, stressing the importance of a union with the Song family. The boy, sensing trouble, thinks about the implications of the Song family's intentions while recalling the mysterious woman's image. Displaying a determined look, he finds the Song family's schemes troublesome, feeling their audacity is incredible. The boy reassures his grandma that he will bravely face any consequences, including amputation, expressing loyalty to familial happiness. The boy acknowledges his grandma's intentions to consult the doctor as she instructs him to stay put, which he agrees to without worry. Alone, he contemplates the prospect of amputation, quietly sniffing and dealing with inner turmoil. Amidst his thoughts, a voice addresses him, catching his attention. The white-haired woman notices the boy's tear-stained face, questioning what happened to him. The boy pushes back emotionally, asserting his masculinity while accusing her of intruding and not understanding the situation. Reflecting on the predicament, the boy considers his grandma's age and worries, contemplating the need to stay strong for her sake. He concludes that he doesn't want to burden his grandma, recognizing her declining health and striving not to add to her worries. The boy reflects on his longing for his mother, whom he has never met but believes will return someday, expressing loyalty to his family. The white-haired woman sighs, understanding the weight of his words, as she kneels to check on his knee. She inquires about his injury to ensure he isn't in pain, revealing concern and suggesting caution against potential kidnapping plans. The boy, bracing himself for amputation, warns any captors of the fruitlessness of such endeavors, showing courage. With animated defiance, the boy warns the woman against any attempts to kidnap him, vowing that his father would ensure her capture. Mr. Su is warmly greeted by 2 women and a child. One woman politely inquires how he is doing, while Mr. Su wonders aloud about the happening around them. The setting conveys a sense of familiarity and ease among the characters. The image shows hands holding a piece of paper with an address. The speaker explains that they arrived there by following details provided by a TV station, surprisingly realizing it directs to the Su family. Mr. Su appears startled and questions a lady about her grandson, Moingha, and whether he truly intends to marry Si Mingjing, reflecting a state of unexpected news and concern. A child, expressing a sense of righteousness, confidently claims that marriage isn't suitable as the gentleman figure is not his father. He humorously asserts that he is not old enough to get married, adding a playful twist to the situation. The child is assured that fate equates to marriage, nodding and smiling in seeming agreement. Meanwhile, a character silently wishes for peace and an opportunity to find true happiness in the child's life. A woman reflects on existing situations about forced relationships, recognizing a family's attempt to manipulate circumstances. The child, however, remains joyful and unaffected by these adult concerns. The woman contemplates how to turn the tables in this scenario, considering a strategic slap to the face as just retribution. She speaks to the child, drawing attention to Miss Si Ming-ing, piquing the child's curiosity. A woman's thoughtful observation reveals a child's protectiveness towards someone under online scrutiny, understanding his unhappiness. She suggests using Siu Bai's presence to manage public opinion until emotions settle. Mr. Su sternly proclaims that Ming Jing is destined to be his future daughter-in-law, visibly expressing anxiety. Others around him react with mixed feelings, some appearing sympathetic to his declarations. The child, displaying defiance, questions the concept of a daughter-in-law when challenged by an irate adult. His youthful innocence and fierce loyalty create a moment of poignant humor. Full of bravado, the child insists on his understanding of the situation, exclaiming his awareness of what a daughter-in-law represents, illustrating his confidence despite his tender age. The child adamantly expresses his father's perspective, stating that a daughter-in-law signifies a lifetime commitment and the center of one's life, showing a deep impression of adult sentiments on his young mind. Resolute in his standpoint, the child conveys his desire to protect the person important to him. Skeptical of others, he resolves not to entrust her to anyone else, emphasizing his heartfelt promise. A woman assesses the child's sentiments and acknowledges his limited understanding due to his youth. In her quiet reflection, she considers addressing him further, realizing Xiao Bai's tender age. Concluding with a thoughtful pause, the woman contemplates waiting for the child to mature, indicating patience and an open mind toward future prospects, aligning with the story's overarching themes. There's a tender exchange as the woman leans down to engage with the boy, sharing a moment of mutual understanding as other characters in the background watch with interest, framing a touching scene. In a stately residence, unnamed voices express discontent over seeking suitors for Ming Jing without her approval. They express disbelief, querying if others have witnessed the critical online chatter. Mr. Su is depicted seated, vehemently criticizes others for turning Ming Jing into a public spectacle. His frustration is palpable as he condemns their disregard and the resulting humiliation. Observing a silent disarray, character frustrations are shared. Someone angrily dismisses the turmoil created, declaring they will not engage with the publicly scandalized and deemed useless woman. A young man presents an alternative perspective, politely advising patients to explore all options before making drastic decisions, suggesting taking a sidestep away from the brewing conflict. Overwhelmed with anger, Mr. Su demands action, directing the blame at all, compelling one among them to resolve the mishap by marrying Ming Jing, thereby sheltering her from further public scrutiny. The youthful figures respond with skepticism, questioning their familial ties due to the abrupt ultimatum. They mention MOing his statement regarding marrying Si Ming Jing as public knowledge. Hidden Feet overhear Mr. Su's frustration, lamenting about Ming Jing's grandfather's pivotal role in past challenges. The reflection underlines the significance of historical alliances and enduring gratitude. The female protagonist underscores her family's strength and dedication, emphasizing gratitude toward Mingjing's grandfather for his invaluable support. This connection is contemplated amidst prevailing societal pressures. A young female character enters, addressing Grandpa Su firmly. She requests leniency towards others and asserts her independence and decision not to marry, sharing her determination and autonomy. Striding with calm resolve, she reiterates her desire not to force the decision on anyone, confidently expressing her capacity to independently navigate the future, free from undue pressure. Boldly asserting her independence, she advances with conviction, reinforcing that she can chart her course, suggesting empowerment and self-reliance against familial and societal expectations. The child, rushing with enthusiasm, finds the woman joyfully announcing his long-awaited reunion. He reproaches her for leaving without farewell, encapsulating his childish sincerity and warmth. The woman receives the child's embrace, poised against his insistence. She internally contemplates the situation's unusual nature, acknowledging the unfamiliarity and unpredictability of his unexpected attachment. A man questions why a woman and her child Xiao Bai were left alone after her sister-in-law's passing, challenging her to consider others' perspectives. The man insists the sister-in-law isn't dead and will return, prompting him to ask what she had said. The response is that she'll come back when Xiaobai grows up, revealing a promise made by the sister-in-law. With Xiaobai being 4.5 now, it's believed the sister-in-law will return soon, showing hope in their eyes. He expresses disbelief in her words, suggesting her intentions are out of fear of love. He advises making a scene with Miss C to provoke a response. Angered by the suggestion, another man retorts and physically expresses his frustration, emphasizing he wouldn't confront her like that. A hand slams down as frustration erupts, followed by a dismissive noise, highlighting tension. Amidst coughing and admonishing himself for inviting conflict, one man struggles with distress, signaling an internal conflict. A child enters to announce bringing his daughter-in-law home, creating a mix of surprise and curiosity. A man listens intently, processing the unexpected information, leaving a question hanging. A light-hearted moment unfolds as the child's actions are brushed off, evoking minor laughter and reassurance. Thoughts reveal a strategy to use the child as a shield against Grandpa Su's plans while complicating the Song family's intentions. Desires for money and power intertwine with marriage plans, reflecting on the involvement of an influential man. Anxiety about the Song family's motivations creeps in, pondering the consequences of discovery. Outside, someone eagerly announces having good news for their dad, building anticipation. While holding a conversation, a promise is made to return a daughter-in-law, hinting at a significant reunion. A contemplative expression forms as the term daughter-in-law lingers, bringing a moment of reflection. A brother reassures another not to be disheartened, while discussing internet news about by marrying Si Mingjing under his name. Optimism is suggested, admiring Si Mingjing's beauty, implying possibilities for the future despite challenges. The boss questions what's being done to his sister-in-law, expressing disapproval over the situation's duration. In response, frustration surfaces, asserting that the other person lacks understanding of the circumstances. Asserts that the sister-in-law is not gone, suggesting unresolved feelings tied to the matter. A memory surfaces of a promise made. When the child grows, she'll return, adding depth to the emotional commitment. The young boy enthusiastically tells his father that he has improved, emphasizing that he had previously assured him of someone's talent. The child humorously advises that although the father's life was saved by his wife, he shouldn't devote his life to her in return. A white-haired woman stands silently, contemplating. A recollection emerges about a man's remarkable appearance and his affluent background, noting how people exaggerate because of his wealth and looks. A man in a suit is portrayed with an aura of luxury and sophistication, making it clear why some would desire to marry him. The woman, deep in thought, acknowledges the man's unfortunate health condition despite his outward appeal. The man seems puzzled by her contemplation. The suited man questions if the woman has seen enough, prompting a startled reaction from her. The woman addresses Mr. Mo, suggesting that, based on her calculations, he has been ill for 4 or 5 years. She can only temporarily alleviate his cough. Muel reacts with surprise when informed it might take an additional 2 or 3 months for a cure, questioning the statement. Muel urgently seeks clarification from Miss C, questioning if she means his brother's illness can truly be cured. The white-haired woman calmly confirms that it is possible to cure the illness, leading to a question about the difficulty of the task. Muel reflects on the disease's origin, acquired 5 years ago, and laments the failure of well-known doctors. Even Mo has only managed to slow its progression, yet Miss C claims it is curable. Muel hesitantly asks a daring question, pondering the credibility of Miss C's assurance about a cure. He voices skepticism about Miss C's medical skills due to her background from a place known as Star Prison, suggesting it's unexpected. The woman is slightly taken aback, recognizing Mo Inhang's name. A man in a suit internally questions if he's the one Song Piampian likes, showing a mix of concern and introspection. With closed eyes, he denies the thought, dismissing a notion that doesn't involve her, before coughing. The young boy urgently calls for his father, noticing his distressing coughing fit. Muel frantically calls for Mr. Song, worried about his brother's worsening condition, and demands a response about future family relations. Frustrated, Muel questions the sudden end of the call, exasperated by the disconnection during his plea. The scene shifts to a tense moment with Miss C, Muel, and the young boy present as the man coughs repeatedly. Miss C tells him to remain still, indicating her intent to take action to help. The man questions her actions as she reaches to check his condition. While holding his wrist, Miss C looks determined, indicating her commitment to assist. She reassures the man firmly to trust her, implying she knows how to help. The child praises his wife's abilities, urging the man to release her, noting her skills. The man acknowledges some pain as she intervenes, asking him to be patient. A sense of relief fills the air as the man notes his coughing has ceased, highlighting the effectiveness of the intervention. He reflects on the impressive impact of the woman's actions, recognizing how her precise injections managed to suppress his long-standing condition. Kyle Leonard sets an expectation for someone, giving them a week to show their skills or else they won't be allowed to stay, indicating a test or evaluation period. A woman with confidence assures that there's no problem and invites patience to witness her abilities. She comments on the comfort of the house, suggesting she's settling in or making an observation. A small figurine wonders what's special about being in the countryside, while a young woman reflects on a memory of her mother wishing to find a small happy place for the family. The woman subtly acknowledges her mother's desire for family happiness but expresses reluctance to live with in-laws. The woman questions the desire to live with in-laws, implying some concern or skepticism about typical family arrangements. A child tries to reassure another by promising to take care of them, but the woman reacts humorously to being called sweetheart, questioning the term's appropriateness. The woman explains her debate about calling the child sweetheart, as both the parents use it frequently. The child adds that even when the father talks in his sleep, he calls out lovingly, which affects the child's perception. The woman mentally notes her internal conflict between maintaining professionalism and personal feelings. She is interrupted by the child informing her of having no intention of integrating deeply, emphasizing it's not just about health. The child talks about his mother's surname, Bai, and explains its meaning connected to color symbolism. He adds that he's open to being called different names, displaying a casual acceptance. The woman addresses the child as Xiao Bai, but notes confusion about his father's real surname, suggesting a layer of complexity behind family names. The child elaborates that his father's official name is Yi Sichao, but the father chose another name for himself, leading the woman to find the situation troublesome. The child enthusiastically offers warmth to the woman at night, which she declines, indicating a nurturing yet independent dynamic. The child confidently states they've got something under control, possibly reflecting a moment of realization or empowerment. The child inquires if sweetheart needs something, expressing concern or eagerness to assist. The woman admits she learned something useful from a prisoner in Star Prison, acknowledging the prisoner's notable ability to learn. The woman recalls the prisoner's consistent learning and experimentation, highlighting a point of fascination or admiration. A narrative unfolds with Muel asking the woman to cure his brother's illness, suggesting urgency in the favor. It's made clear that this request is more than a monetary transaction, hinting at potential emotional weight or stakes in the situation. The woman agrees to help even without monetary gain, pointing to a determination to assist for personal reasons. Muel emphasizes never allowing certain ambitions related to the Song family, further stressing the situation's gravity. Another character, Mr. Mo, is assured by the woman of an illness cure within 3 months, showing confidence in her capabilities. He questions the sincerity, leading to a slight tension or test of trust. The woman challenges the trust being questioned, provocatively suggesting using the biggest blockage as a condition, asserting her ability to deal with significant obstacles. A child jovially approves of the woman as a competent businesswoman, charmingly supporting her credibility in a lighthearted manner. Kyle Leonard inquires about conditions, showing interest or concern about terms being discussed. The woman's response is left pending, maintaining suspense. The woman details her condition involving dissolving a false engagement, hinting at a personal agenda to correct misunderstandings and reclaim clarity in relationships. She reveals having someone in her heart already, desiring not to create misconceptions, illustrating personal boundaries and emotional awareness. A nostalgic reflection describes someone always being present in her mind since childhood, noting an elusive deep connection. The woman recalls not knowing the appearance of this deep presence, adding a sense of mystery to her feelings or memories. Kyle queries if that declaration fulfills her needs, while another asks about the significance of having someone in her heart, probing into personal life details. The child boldly suggests charity or affection, interpreting the woman's words as potential interest in a specific person's relationship, playfully complicating the dynamics. The woman acknowledges an understanding of the situation with a child holding an almost confirming gaze, suggesting her awareness or insight. Kyle Leonard clarifies the woman's role as a benefactor, dispelling any notions of illicit affairs, aiming to maintain reputational integrity. The woman considers another point during treatment but leaves the sentence incomplete, teasing further context or requests. She shares coming from an alien planet and lacking residence, humorously encountering a child's enthusiastic invitation to co-sleep, reflecting innocence and warmth. She assures the young master hospitality, humorously offering to sleep separately on the floor, implying politeness and a touch of humility. Instructions are given to a butler regarding arrangements for the woman's stay, denoting respect and authoritative involvement. The setting shifts as the butler politely directs the woman to follow, indicating courtesy and transition. The white-haired character reflects that the young boy has no ill intentions towards her. She seems puzzled by his demeanor and wonders about his harmlessness. The boy willingly reveals his horns, understanding that touching a dragon's horn is significant and should be done with care. When someone touches the horns, it evokes a sense of strong longing. The boy is shown holding his horns, indicating this sensation, even though his abilities have not fully developed yet. The boy enthusiastically invites the woman to touch his horns, convinced by his aunt's words about his charm. He believes he must follow her advice. The white-haired woman gently holds the boy's head, contemplating if she could win over her partner in this way. She warns the boy that it is dangerous for him and advises him not to show his horns to anyone else. The boy hides under a blanket, worried about the possibility of being kidnapped because of his horns. He reassures her that he only reveals his horns to her because she is his wife and feels misunderstood, perceiving her reaction as mockery. The boy gets angry when ignored, feeling frustrated by the lack of attention from the woman. He acknowledges his mistake and seems regretful, expressing his realization that he messed up. The white-haired woman calmly says she will sweep the floor for him while opening a drawer. The boy seems upset that she doesn't pay attention to him, feeling overlooked despite his efforts. Called by his name, Xiaobai, the boy responds with curiosity to the woman's call. The woman embraces the boy, asking him to promise that he will never show his horns again, even to those he trusts. He confidently agrees, repeating his determination not to show his horns, reinforcing his promise to her. Curious about his horns, she asks where he got them, and the boy cheekily responds that he inherited them from his mother. She asks about his mother's whereabouts, seeming concerned or curious about his family background. The boy explains with some frustration that his uncle and stepbrother mentioned that his mother left after giving birth, implying he shouldn't expect her return. The woman gently reassures him that mothers do not abandon their children lightly, suggesting his mother might have faced difficult circumstances. While dining, the boy expresses dislike for the nickname Xiaobai, preferring something more unique, to which the white-haired woman agrees to call him by a new name. During the meal, the boy addresses Miss C with a question, prompting her attentive response. Muel, appearing concerned, mentions that the white-haired woman has been present for a while, wondering when she will begin assisting his brother. A man touches his neck and wonders if he was bitten. Another character reacts with surprise, shouting in disbelief. The surprised character thinks someone is crazy for not knowing if they were bitten. They express confusion and clarify they meant something important regarding someone's sister-in-law. The man notices the scent of someone's sister-in-law in the air and confirms it's an exact match. The idea of fragrance is questioned, and the character feels very confused by the situation. Looking closely at a petal in his hand, the man identifies it as related to the dragon hormone. He concludes that the individual is definitely influenced by him, observing their condition in the sunlight. A sequence shows that the heat of a dragon can alleviate cold's effects, and side effects of a formula are mentioned. A transformation seems to work. The man checks if it's effective while holding hands with another who has horns. The two fall onto a bed together, with one exclaiming alarm and trying to process the situation. The horned individual warns not to touch, conveying a sense of urgency. Confusion arises over being called darling, and the question of identity hangs in the air. The person is held tightly, pondering why someone confuses them for a spouse. They assertively push away and remark on the situation. One character sleeps peacefully as the horned individual sits, appearing vexed while reaching for something nearby. The horned figure tells the man to release them and declares they're not his darling. Despite half asleep, the man murmurs a plea not to leave, clutching a pillow tightly. The horned individual resolves to return the man's item, realizing the dragon connection has its drawbacks. Frustrated and unable to sleep, the horned character reflects on their actions and regrets the quick fix used. They admit needing to calm down and attempt to relax in their room, with thoughts swirling in their mind. Stepping into the shower, they question their sanity for allowing the contact, feeling it's dangerous. Still in thought, they express self-frustration due to resurfacing feelings and worry about losing themselves. In the morning, another character confronts the man about spending the night in his room, suggesting he had a fever due to the alleged presence of a woman. The man is told no woman should have been in the room at night, asserting that everything was locked until checked again. Visitors arrive at a house where a group of people is gathered. Someone announces the arrival of the guests, and a woman who seems to be in charge mentions the visitor as Si Mingjin, greeting them with a good morning. Si Mingjin is introduced, claiming that they have come to join the family. The atmosphere feels tense as someone questions if they really are Si Mingjin, thus highlighting potential disbelief or skepticism among the people present. A heated confrontation occurs as a woman accuses another of fabricating an identity to enter the Song family, insisting on a paternity test to confirm any truth. The accuser emphasizes that the other person does not belong in their family, making the stakes of this encounter clear. An older-style machine is displayed with the words, "Let me explain," hinting at some form of clarification or justification relevant to the topic being discussed. It appears the machine or its function is central to resolving the current conflict. The scene shifts to a family gathered around a table where the latest DNA testing machine is presented. They are asked to provide hair samples for DNA identification, suggesting an ongoing investigation into familial connections. As the DNA testing process continues, an exchange highlights the social implications of Miss C's situation. A request for cooperation is made, facing the public impact of her identity and urging sensitivity in handling the matter. Someone acknowledges the authority of the government in this context. Another character hands over something vital for the test before declaring the start of the procedure, indicating that results are forthcoming. The DNA test confirms a biological connection, causing shock and surprise among the observers. This revelation stirs emotions, especially among those who doubted earlier claims. The scene moves to a discussion in a bedroom where a character instructs another to leave, hinting at interpersonal conflicts. There's mention of the seriousness of playing with spousal feelings during a critical moment. A new interaction begins with the greeting, "Hello? Can I help you?" A character wrapped in covers receives instructions to present an identity card promptly, otherwise risking legal issues by staying longer. They learn about needing verification to be registered properly in the family. A reflection on the Song Villa and its lineage is presented, detailing familial insights and the importance of the Song family's dominant house, emphasizing property and legacy issues woven into the narrative. Historical context is expanded, recounting the rise of Song Tianfeng and his influence. With mentions of the Song family's structured environment and past actions, the narrative focuses on legacy and transition. Emotions turn introspective with reflections on a mother's advice about identity and belonging. The character contemplates their journey, pondering the necessity of attaining identity documents to secure their place. A sudden exclamation bursts as someone reacts intensely, asking for clarification about a daughter's identity, highlighting possible disbelief or shock related to recent revelations. Back at the house, an agent discusses the registration of Miss C, mentioning property ownership as a requirement in the empire. This conversation ties into her intentions to claim property deeds, stirring curiosity and concern. The conversation grows more heated with someone expressing anger about Miss C's arrival for property deeds. Frustration is palpable as they question her audacity, hinting at underlying familial disputes. Accusations fly as a woman recounts how Miss C's mother supposedly stole glory from her, now believing Miss C intends to do the same. Resentment builds, revealing deep-seated animosities within the family. Fan Jeans, identified as the second wife of Song Tianfeng, questions why Miss C should be placed on her account. demonstrating divisions and contested claims over the family house. Discussion continues with someone remarking about the irrelevance of past incidents, only to be abruptly silenced by another, maintaining ongoing tension. The family master speaks up, asserting the need to express something important. His authority suggests a potential turning point in the ongoing discussion. A candid question is posed to Song Taeyangfen, directly addressing him about the young woman's identity and whether she is indeed his daughter, seeking a truthful acknowledgement. Faced with this question, Song Taeyangfen appears uncertain and troubled, calling his father tentatively. The scene raises questions about his awareness and possible denial. In disbelief, someone challenges the possibility of Miss C being a brother's daughter, recalling her mother's incarceration and death sentence years ago. This revelation questions the timeline and circumstances of her origins. Further confusion arises over how a daughter could be 20 years old within such a time frame, leading to a clarification about the prison's different year system compared to Earth's. The debate continues, contemplating the implications of time difference and expertise divergence. Although unsure, they emphasize the need for caution, reflecting curiosity on how such discrepancies occur. A firm stance is taken against Ming Jin's staying, even if confirmed as a song, unveiling deep-rooted prejudices or protective reasoning against her presence within the family. A woman with long white hair remarks that they might need to add a page to the Song family register, implying significant news or a change in family status. The white-haired woman is confronted by others who discuss Song Tingfei's past indiscretions. They argue over family shares, suggesting that half should belong to her, as she is born from Xiao. The man, overwhelmed, asks them to stop because it bothers him. Meanwhile, the woman thinks about how the daughter Fang Jing gave to Song Tingfei is indeed his. A blonde woman expresses her anger, claiming that if it weren't for an intrusion, she would have been the lady of the Yi family by now. Outside, the white-haired woman meets two young children, greeting them warmly. They call her sister as she bids them goodbye, indicating a familial bond. A man reviews account books, stating he's done his best. He mentions supporting a child until they're 18 and dismisses her if there's nothing else. The woman responds to her father, acknowledging his words with gratitude, and thanks him graciously. The group is gathered near a table, with the woman noting that it's almost dinner time. This indicates the session they're having might be concluding soon. She decides it's time to leave, stating it openly. There's surprise among the group as she mentions staying with the Yi family. She explains her good relationship with their son and their invitation to her, raising eyebrows. A man, seemingly shocked, asks her to clarify a rumor about marriage to Mo Inha, questioning its truth. The woman internally critiques Mo Inha's appearance and considers marrying him a distant dream, dismissing the notion. She denies the rumor, calling it childish nonsense. However, she recalls an old lady's matchmaking intention for her. She thinks to herself that it's probably better not to know more about the situation, considering silence as the best approach. A woman demands a clear explanation, insisting the white-haired woman remain until she does. The white-haired woman is urged to speak clearly. She responds, mentioning that the Yi family feels unthreatened and belittles the Song family. She accuses them of stealing her property and vows to make them regret it within 3 seconds, suggesting a determined course of action. Others blame the idea to treat Mo Inha on her, but she remains silent as they express frustration. She soothingly tells someone not to be angry, explaining that the Yi elders entrusted her with curing Mo Inha and keeping the secret. She insists on trying to heal, explaining the pressure she faces and the risk to the Song group if she fails. The man questions if she understands the gravity of the situation. The man urges her not to joke about the serious matters discussed, reflecting his disbelief. She emphasizes the responsibility she has, given her family's legacy in building the Song group, signifying her determination to act. The others react with disbelief, questioning how someone from her background could undertake such a challenging task, implying skepticism. A blonde woman accuses her of using deceit and tricks to reach her current position, highlighting distrust and jealousy. A woman acknowledges that she knows a girl is the daughter of someone named Xiao. A man acknowledges that the girl has half of Xi's blood in her body, conveying surprise or concern. Another voice agrees with Fan Lan, expressing a strong rejection and saying there's no need for more daughters, telling her to die. The woman thanks someone she refers to as brother, placing responsibility in his hands. The woman contemplates that if she accomplishes her goal, Mo Yinhe's favor will be hers. She dreams about getting a diamond ring soon and plans for it. She aspires to marry into Mo Yinhe's family, setting this as her ultimate goal. Two men rush in, alarmed by a situation, asking one of them named Si Mingting what he is doing. Si Mingting accuses another of being crazy, while one man tries to calm the situation by holding her. The white-haired woman apologizes, explaining she's under acute stress, mentioning bullying in prison and her tendency to go crazy if attacked. She warns others not to approach her with hostility, implying they might get hurt. She asks for forgiveness, claiming her reactions were unintentional, while another woman seems furious, planning retaliation. An elder demands peace and asks everyone to stop, trying to calm the turbulent scenario. The white-haired woman acknowledges hearing that someone is going to cure Mo Yinhe, asking what the prescription is. Another man criticizes the prescription, claiming its power is overwhelming, expressing disbelief at the audacity of such action without proper medical study. The woman compares the white-haired woman with Fan Lan, indicating a vast difference between them, denoting respect towards Fan Lan's skills. Si Mingting, distressed, doubts the effectiveness of the prescription and proposes to give a prescription to be administered under his guidance. The white-haired woman boldly claims she was praised for her skills in prison, questioning why her expertise is doubted. Two men converse about needing to prevent someone, probably the white-haired woman, from using a dangerous prescription, fearing it will destroy the family. One man tries to stop another, cautioning him urgently with a touch on the phone. The woman suggests waiting until a situation gets worse to become saviors, assuring that Mo Yinhe will remember any blames assigned to them. Fan Lan questions if her brother is willing to destroy everything, including the company, implying a drastic situation at hand. Children are saying goodbye as they leave school, with one of them waving and mentioning to another child, Xiao Bai, that his mother is already there to pick him up. Xiao Bai seems a bit uncertain but replies with a thoughtful expression. A character is thinking to themselves about someone who, though delirious, still manages to maintain a grip on them. This person decides they must not underestimate him despite his current state. A character appears to say the word darling, possibly addressing someone they care about. The scene seems intimate and soft in tone. A person appears to be acknowledging someone close to them by thinking that they know it's the other person, indicating recognition or familiarity. Xiao Bai is excitedly pointing and telling others to look, claiming that she is there for him. He exuberantly announces that his wife is beautiful and has come to see him, expressing pride and joy. The scene highlights a woman, presumably Xiao Bai's beautiful wife, looking serene and radiant as she walks, matching his enthusiastic announcement. The same child declares how this woman surpasses all the others' mothers, and the other children are visibly impressed. The woman offers to take Xiao Bai home, to which he responds with excitement and agreement. The woman, walking alongside Xiao Bai, quietly muses about her inability to understand children's fun but finds enjoyment in maintaining their vanity or beliefs. The woman continues her thoughts, finding joy in upholding the children's vanity, suggesting she takes pleasure in fulfilling their imaginative beliefs. The image captures a moment of joy for Xiao Bai as he holds the woman's hand, with a sense of contentment reflected in the phrase, "not bad," indicating satisfaction or happiness. Someone is puzzled by the presence of many cameras around a house, questioning the unusual situation. The scene suggests a level of curiosity or concern about the surveillance. A man explains to Miss C that she was quite wild the previous night, biting someone's brother, which caused stress for him. He seems anxious about the incident. The man reveals that there are cameras that might have captured something embarrassing while they were relaxed. He urges Miss C not to disclose that she visited someone's bedroom and pleads for her assistance. Miss C reassures him that his brother's health isn't well, and if he takes the same medicine today, it will repeat the events of the previous night, suggesting some planned action. The man expresses concern that without Miss C, their plans wouldn't succeed because of the cameras. He points out the difficulty it would cause him, while she tells him to relax and leave it to her. The man proudly claims he has completed a task and considers himself clever for bypassing security. Miss C appears skeptical but acknowledges his effort. The man hopes Miss C won't exploit his brother's situation, joking about restraining herself even if the brother is attractive. She dismisses the concern playfully, showcasing a casual dynamic. Inwardly, Miss C expresses her dislike for the man, indicating that her outward demeanor might be different from her private feelings. Miss C finds the targeted person asleep, observing how deeply he is sleeping. She seems to have plans involving his current unconscious state. She notes that the sleeping pills she used would be strong enough to knock out a cow, suggesting a deliberate effort to ensure he remains unconscious. Miss C observes that she should avoid moving the person too much, possibly adjusting her approach to avoid waking him. Surprised, she discovers a protective shield around the man, which is quite expensive and usually intended for spaceship defense, suggesting an unexpected level of security. Miss C realizes the attacker's strength and capabilities now that the man lies unconscious. She realizes it's challenging and covers her mouth in response to this newfound knowledge. Resigned but defiant, she mentions not expecting this person to have so many protective measures. She acknowledges that they've spent significant resources to challenge her. Despite the circumstances, she confidently declares that there's no escape for the other person as she believes she has successfully caught him. Reflecting on the situation, Miss C senses that the person's heart remains soft and the medicine wasn't potent enough to overcome his nature, indicating unexpected emotions or connection. A man assures a small creature not to worry about anything it wants, as everything it desires is already planned for. The creature is surprised and the man explains that everything is provided under the bed. He humorously questions how many hearts the creature might have in its stomach, unable to figure it out. A bag filled with various snacks is shown. The man is still pondering the creature's appetite while the creature finds it astonishing, commenting that even hamsters can't live like it does. The man instructs the creature to behave and reminds it not to have any escape ideas. The creature observes how devoted the man is and finds him to be a dangerous person. A character expresses surprise at an unexpected situation, mentioning Manhwa's name. A woman with horns questions whether the other person recognized her as their beloved, suspecting it was merely a performance. The woman demands to be released, but the man calmly states that escape isn't possible. He affectionately asks Manhwa not to leave. In a moment of tension, the man and the horned woman are close to each other, captured in an unexpected embrace. A character reflects on waiting 5 years for this moment and wishes it would last, even when it seems like a dream. Determined, the woman vows to hold onto the man's hand and never let go, expressing her commitment. The couple shares an intimate moment where the man confesses how much he misses her and wants to be by her side. The woman's eyes widen in realization that the drug's effects are wearing off, hinting at an impending change. The woman is lying down and the man urges her to drink quickly. She regrets not having time to continue with the current situation. There's a concern that if she regains consciousness, she might notice she's with the wrong person, sparking confusion. Another person arrives, exclaiming about the current company and demanding to leave. The situation grows more complicated with unexpected guests. The horned woman is at her wit's end, feeling like a complete failure due to the mishaps surrounding her. She realizes she shares her first kiss with someone unintended, sparking surprise and tension. The man understands there's urgency with no time to waste and inquires about what needs to happen next. The small creature admits to a critical error, acknowledging its mistake in this chaotic situation. The man tries to console by holding the creature gently, realizing he can only act softly to prevent further issues. The creature hopes Manhwa will remove the shield, pondering this as a possible resolution. In a tender moment, the man reassures affectionately, expressing love while the creature wonders if appearances are deceptive. He instructs the creature simply to open, sharing a look that suggests mutual understanding. The man playfully acknowledges the creature's hunger, understanding it's trapped by the shield, and they share a lighthearted moment. The male character lifts the creature, questioning why it's getting angry. He reprimands it for abandoning its family for 5 years and mentions hearing the news of impending marriage to someone else. He wonders if his appearance is motivated by jealousy. The creature reacts harshly, expressing that the man embraced the wrong person and accuses him of being boastful. The man touches the creature, pondering whether the creature saw online news of him getting married and decided to visit to address his behavior. The man blames his son's previous actions and tells the creature not to worry about a particular woman, dismissing her serious claims. He notes she might stay for 3 months, underestimating her abilities. As the man tries to soothe the creature, it demands to be let go, wanting to shower, and exclaims annoyance at being kissed. The man disregards the creature's frustrations, stating that the creature is the most important thing to him. Resigned, the creature decides to rely on the man's warmth. The man wishes the creature a good night and urges it to sleep. The creature feels it's difficult to remain cheerful while exchanging banter and decides it's better to conserve energy. It strategizes about when the man's defenses drop to address him directly. The man reflects on 5 years apart during this sleepless night. He wants to avoid sleep until he sees the creature again, eager and longing. The creature tries to reassure itself that it's not dreaming, cherishing this reality while lying beside the man in bed. The creature comments on this being the best sleep it's had in a long time. The man greets it with good morning, prompting a surprised reaction. Both the man and the creature realize something unusual has occurred, questioning the morning's oddity. The man expresses a desire to see the creature in its human form, asking it not to hide from him. The creature is silent, while the man expresses his intent to rely on the creature. He reflects on the significance of their relationship and the impact it has had on his life. The man inquires if the creature is hungry, expressing concern. Smiling, the man repeats his question about hunger while presenting a bowl, anticipating the creature's response. The creature is enticed by the aroma, while the man offers to feed it, opening its mouth in anticipation. Gazing at the creature, the man reflects on the overwhelming joy of reuniting and staying together. The man feels delighted, offering another spoonful to the creature and contemplating the need for recovery. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door, startling both the man and the creature as they are interrupted during breakfast. A young boy at the door inquires about Miss C's whereabouts, mentioning Xiaobai's tantrums and refusal to eat. The man, visibly flustered, denies knowledge about Miss C and demands to be left alone as the creature sits alarmed. As the young boy discussing the Song family's visit, another person warns of the approaching presence, inducing the boy to consider the gravity of their arrival. A dialogue takes place where someone asserts that if there are no other matters, the Song family can leave. A response follows simply with the word, "fine." A young man in glasses informs a group that there's nothing more for them to do and that Mr. Mo is preparing to enter. A woman, shocked, questions this abrupt decision. The woman questions Young Yi about why he's stopping them from speaking with Mr. Mo, suspecting he might have ulterior motives regarding their family's inheritance. Young Yi simply asks why, in response to the previous accusation, as he faces one of the men with a stern demeanor. With a stern look, Young Yi questions how they dare to malign his family's reputation so viciously. The woman realizes she got carried away and acknowledges that she might have spoken out of turn. As the woman begins to move, one of the men shouts for others to stop her, leaving Young Yi puzzled by their action. The woman sees the situation as an opportunity to take control, pondering why they are so eager to send her away. The scene shifts to a gathering with Mr. Song alongside the country's Minister of Health. The man reveals that the Song family's condition has gained national attention. Conversations hint at underlying suspicion regarding the Song family as people observe them closely, considering what actions to take next. With determination, someone decides they should go ahead and meet the others, indicating a readiness to confront the situation. Inside, Young Yu meets Elder Su, who recognizes him from Mr. Song. They engage in a friendly dialogue, discussing a mysterious medical practitioner believed to be in the house. The young man praises a girl for healing his grandfather's amputation and notes her admirable qualities. He indirectly warns about those who may pretend to be respectable. Another character expresses skepticism about the mysterious girl's methods and insists there must be repercussions for any deceitful practices. The woman affectionately supports an elderly man, explaining that her grandfather's operation is tomorrow and how significant this moment is for their family. Young Yi reflects on the unexpected meeting and cautions himself, emphasizing the importance of staying composed before tomorrow's surgery. One man shows Young Yi a prescription given to a Chinese medicine hospital, hinting there might be discrepancies that need attention. Young Yi contemplates the issue at hand, confident that Mr. Su is trustworthy and wouldn't fabricate the problem for personal gain. He requests a moment to step away, reassuring the group that he will return shortly to address the matters at hand. Young Yu urgently calls out to his elder brother, clearly in a hurry to share important news. The elder brother, irritated, demands to know why Young Yi has barged in. expressing annoyance at being interrupted during his rest. Young-yi humorously suggests that his brother is only pretending to be bedridden, reminding him about the girl's impressive skills in healing. The elder brother acknowledges the woman's incredible capabilities, seemingly amused at how events have unfolded. Young-yi lingers, curiosity evident, as he inquires about the mysterious item concealed under his brother's blanket. The elder brother casually reveals it's his sister-in-law, while Young-yi suddenly realizes the unexpected situation, playfully accepting that his brother's affliction is more from affection than illness. Kyle Leonard stands with an intense backdrop, displaying determination with a resolute expression. A sense of urgency is conveyed, emphasizing a pivotal moment in his journey. A woman with blonde hair appears worried, contemplating why Kyle Leonard suddenly seems unwell. Her expression hints at concern for his condition. The scene continues with the woman in the red dress expressing doubt about Kyle's health, suggesting that if they are correct, he might already be unwell. The tension in the air increases as her words add depth to the situation. In a spacious bedroom, Kyle sits up in bed, while the blonde woman offers to check his pulse, implying skepticism about his claim of being perfectly healthy. Others are present, observing with mixed emotions. A male figure supports Kyle's statement about his health. The scene shifts to someone explaining the basics of Chinese medicine, hinting at their assessment of Kyle's condition based on his appearance. The blonde woman, identified as Fan Lan, is cautioned not to overstep her boundaries. She reluctantly agrees, acknowledging her limitations in the situation. Mr. Mo expresses irritation with Miss Song for entering impulsively. He requests that she leave the room before he continues with what he was doing, highlighting his displeasure with the intrusion. As characters exit the room, Miss Song departs with concern. Mo watches in silence. Overseeing everything, a man comments on the current state of health within the family, suggesting adverse effects on their affairs. Alone in the room, Kyle appears lost in thought. The silence envelopes him, emphasizing his solitude and the weight of recent events. Kyle recalls memories, contemplating why someone dear to him had left. The scene shifts to a framed photo, suggesting nostalgia and unresolved feelings. Outside, the blonde woman is being escorted forcefully. She pleads with the elders at the house, insisting that anyone who disturbs her brother's rest should be expelled. Her desperation is evident. Raising her voice, she asserts that Mo Inha is in grave danger, emphasizing the urgency and critical nature of his situation, seeking help to save him without delay. As the woman hurries inside, others notice her urgency. Her demeanor brings forth concern, suggesting that something significant is happening. Two characters, recognized as potential guardians or elders, stand in a hallway, puzzled by the commotion. Meanwhile, outside, the situation escalates with elders being informed about the ongoing chaos. A young man asserts accusations about someone's intentions against him, explaining his need to verify his brother's health. He stresses the importance of not disturbing his rest, pointing out the ensuing tension. An elder questions the situation, prompting a defensive response from the woman, who is caught off guard and struggles to explain her actions. The elder accuses Miss Song of causing problems after previously threatening her own family, adding to the conflict and complexity of the relationships involved. Miss Song feels overwhelmed by the accusations and the unfolding drama. Her silence follows, as a loud noise outside captures her attention amidst the ongoing tension. Recognizing the need for urgent intervention, someone decides to physically check on the situation upstairs, calling out to stop others from advancing. The narrative reveals Miss Song's urgency, questioning how a doctor from abroad can handle the current emergency. Inside, anticipation builds as they approach the door. Kyle is shown in distress, confirming earlier concerns. Miss Song leads others inside, asserting that something is indeed wrong with Mo, urging them to take action. Inside, questions about what transpired arise as someone explains the use of medicine to guard a secret. The tension mounts, and a hint about unlocking a boundary unfolds. Suddenly, there is chaos as thick smoke emerges. The characters struggle to comprehend, while reassurances are made that the smoke is harmless. A small creature appears, determined to manage the situation and dispel the smoke swiftly. Its presence brings an unexpected turn of events. The creature communicates telepathically, acknowledging Fan Lan's deliberate actions to save him, expressing its awareness and gratitude. Ka lies at ease, while the creature remarks on barely surviving the ordeal, recognizing the intentional strategies that were at play. The atmosphere lightens as Ka assures his grandmother of his well-being. Others surround him, relieved but still alert to any remaining concerns. Questions arise again about Kyle's real condition. With care, people tend to him while finding solace that he remains under watchful eyes. Kyle queries about the force field's disturbance, revealing a protective concern. The younger brother explains Miss Song's alert raised to them earlier. The brother admits his choice to open the force field motivated by the preceding alarm and circumstances. There is an earnest moment of forgiveness and realization as the narrative concludes. In the Yi Manor Garden, a female character tells a young boy to behave, mentioning she won't be gone long. The boy, jinxing, clutches her hand, asking her not to leave him. An older woman addresses the young woman as Ms. C. The older woman assures the child that Ms. C will return soon, promising a present if he behaves. The woman laughs, noting that the boy is always affectionate. Ms. C agrees to bring a gift, feeling nostalgic about past promises. Ms. C expresses gratitude to Madame Yi, mentioning a need to shop for a suitable outfit. The older woman appears surprised by this remark. As Madame Yi holds Ms. C's hand, she insists there isn't time for shopping. She offers clothes from her granddaughter's wardrobe, as Ms. C's figure is similar. Ms. C looks shocked as Madame Yi pulls her closer. She internally protests about getting too close to Mo Inha, feeling uncomfortable with the closeness. Madame Yi insists they go to pick an outfit while Ms. C questions if it's appropriate, showing reluctance about the situation. Inside a room filled with clothes, Madame Yi energetically points at different options. Ms. C quietly thanks her while considering if she should be wary but settles on politeness. A staff member informs Madame Yi that Mr. Mo has prior engagements and won't join them for lunch. Madame Yi acknowledges this with a simple "all right." Ms. C, peeking from behind a curtain, reacts with surprise at Mr. Mo's departure, pondering where he might be heading. Seeing Mr. Missouri drive away, Ms. C feels relieved, thinking it's a positive turn of events as she watches from inside. Ms. C considers her safety from a distance, relieved that Mr. Mo probably hasn't noticed her presence, making her feel secure. Madame Yi suggests an outfit to Ms. C, complimenting her skin tone. Ms. C agrees, prepared to try the dress on, feeling a bit flustered. Another character, Chu Liushang, is mentioned, prompting Madame Ye's urgency in picking an outfit. Ms. C bluntly asks this person to be quiet, feeling pressured. Madame Yi attempts to raise Ms. C's confidence for an event, suggesting it might win someone's affection. Ms. C quickly decides to try the dress, desiring privacy in the fitting room. In a different setting, a character questions another's motive for a visit. Luna notes they wanted to attend a meeting amidst playful talk about perfume. The conversation reveals tension over past interactions. Ms. C sneezes from the strong scent of perfume, hoping it disguises her presence. She is concerned it might not be enough to hide her identity. Ms. C worries about the repercussions if she's discovered, feeling anxious about being unmasked by someone approaching. A male character knocks on the door, querying why Baby is hiding inside. Ms. C, startled and stressed, tries to remain quiet. The male character threatens to forcibly enter if the door isn't opened. Someone else in the room advocates for Ms. C, trying to defuse the situation by stating she is changing. The male character mistakenly thinks he saw something unusual with horns, wondering if he's imagining things. He dismisses it, believing it might have escaped outside. He briefly questions his own perception before deciding to pursue the matter further. Another person questions his departure while he decides to search for confirmation. Ms. C breathes a sigh of relief, realizing the diversion worked. She gathers herself, pleased with the outcome that kept her hidden. Ms. C's relief is short-lived as she's suddenly confronted. Another character demands to know if she's seen which way something escaped. Luna deduces they've fallen for a fabrication, acknowledging they expected to exploit side effects. She devises they were misled by a tricky plan. Luna vents frustration over a damaged reputation and lost marital prospects with Mo Inha. Ting Fei, on the other hand, advises realism over lofty aspirations. A discussion of consequences continues, with one individual suggesting deeper connections might yet redeem the situation, pointing towards hosting an influential party. Luna is shocked and questions her grandfather's plan involving deception. She accuses him of undermining their past efforts while he insists on knowing his own actions. Another character expresses defiance at Luna's outburst, insinuating a controlled plan as they confront a turbulent situation. A flashback surfaces showing a conversation about leveraging connections and exerting dominance during an event at the Yi family gathering. As the character reminisces about building authority, they revel in the prospect of using the upcoming party to display superiority publicly. Ms. C, now on a call, contemplates the futility of attempts to disrupt her plans. She feels confident in dismissing any adversity with futility. Ms. C muses on the strength of dragons, noting they maintain authority effortlessly. Meanwhile, she ponders configuring her aura discreetly and adapting to strained situations. A male character holds a creature, recognizing its scent as unique. He reflects on the distinct pheromones, providing a clue to its identity. Even without visual confirmation, the creature asserts confident recognition of someone's presence. There's evident familiarity in the scent. Ms. C reflects on escaping the pheromone detection during a tense mating season, planning to return when she's less noticeable. She resolves to remain hidden until then. At Song Manor, someone loudly demands others to get out of their way, signaling urgency and tension. A young woman runs through a hallway, exasperated and unable to stand her surroundings. She screams to stop as people in the hallway react, blocking her path and warning her that she's not allowed to leave. The woman expresses her frustration, saying she'll never accept the person as her family and won't allow interfering with her marriage prospects. A man insists she should receive the guests with a smile and mentions his plans involving some prestigious guests that night. Standing determinedly, the woman challenges the man, suggesting he wants her to accept any situation thrust upon her. The man, seemingly her grandfather, reassures her, explaining his intentions to seek help from old acquaintances. Approaching a grand door at 3 p.m., a woman in an elegant dress pauses, indicating an important meeting or event is about to begin. Her device alerts her with a beep, reminding her about a guest list for the evening. She reviews the information, which includes several distinguished researchers expected to attend. Smiling subtly, she ponders how the songs might restore their reputation in the medical field, considering their strategic guest list. Determined not to allow someone their way, she decisively pushes open a door. Inside, she's greeted warmly and told she is the star of the evening. Her father has invited many influential guests to meet her, encouraging her to sit and engage with them. She sits next to another woman, feeling tense. The latter speaks up, expressing a sense of being overwhelmed by the situation. This seems to leave the first woman contemplating the outcome of the gathering. Another woman clarifies their recent visit, affirming it wasn't due to doubts about her skills. They respect her medical expertise and care about her well-being. Reassuringly, she claims confidence in her own skills, dissipating any misunderstanding. Laughing and praising the woman's good heart, she reflects about the same woman who initially wanted to reject their relations, revealing it had once caused worry. Later, a man questions her about something that passed by, to which she responds with uncertainty, humorously directing him elsewhere and considering him difficult to deceive. Annoyed by her perfume, he covers his nose and insists she stop wearing it in his house. With a slam, she begrudgingly concedes, signaling her annoyance with the abrupt dismissal. She asks Mr. Mo to leave so she can change, indicating an abrupt end to their conversation if he has no further business. Surveying the garden, she ponders scouting the songs before the night's party starts, portraying her strategic mindset. Encountering a man, she acknowledges him warmly. A moment of recognition occurs as he remembers her as someone significant from the past. Apologizing for the strong perfume, she laughs off the man's sneezes, advising him to keep distance while quickly departing. The man reflects privately about the scent reminiscent of snow and plum blossoms, noting a familiar identity aligning with his thoughts about her. Another man connects the familiar scent to his son, revealing familial bonds and an unexpected link. A man humorously aligns the involuntary familiarity of the scent with the son's actions, choosing to find some levity in the situation. Speculating on familial development, a man humorously questions if his godson is ready for adult responsibilities despite his young age. Commenting on rapid growth spurred by unusual factors, a man reflects on a younger man's audacity, using humor to soften the critique. Acknowledging the situation, they agree to move along as the meeting is slated to begin, leaving behind personal reflections to focus on the upcoming business. A man expresses his skepticism about a woman's medical skills, referencing past accusations of fraud. The woman calmly clarifies that her case was a true incident from 7 years ago involving a fake doctor. Xia Chongyuan tells her about her impressive medical skills, noting how she succeeded where top medical teams failed. He asks her to cure him. A group looks concerned as they examine something alarming. An observer mentions it looks terrifying, feeling nauseous. The image of late-stage bone cancer triggers a discussion. The woman is questioned about her assertion that cancer can be conquered. A man assumes she's exaggerating. Another woman voices her skepticism about curing cancer, considering it an unrealistic request even with medical advancements. Some people doubt her abilities. Amid the skeptical crowd, one mentions that no one is perfect, hinting at acceptance of limits. The blonde woman confronts the first woman, accusing her of making things hard for Mingjing. Mingjing stands silently beside her. The first woman responds, saying that it's really not that difficult. Confidently, the white-haired woman asserts she can cure the disease, causing others to question her truthfulness and confidence. A man attempts to restrain the woman's promises, suggesting that her statements are unrealistic despite her claims. The white-haired woman insists that her abilities are genuine, addressing her great-grandpa, who asks her to not be so stubborn. Skepticism arises as another man asks if Miss C is speaking nonsense, doubting her capabilities. She responds confidently that treating cancer is easy. She elaborates, explaining that with breakthroughs, cancer becomes less frightening than imagined. Two hands exchange a diamond bracelet, expressing goodwill and gratitude from one to another. The gift exchange continues with the woman expressing gratitude for the diamond bracelet she's received, noting it's her first. The gift giver is pleased with her joy. Another man questions the difficulty of treating bacterial infections, comparing the challenge to cancer treatment. The white-haired woman acknowledges the man's perspective but explains the past challenges of bacterial infections before antibiotics. She emphasizes that the discovery of antibiotics was revolutionary in medicine, and amidst skepticism, tells others to listen quietly. She compares diseases, explaining they are variations of similar issues. Bacterial infections can be resolved by separating bacteria from normal cells. Despite understanding her concept, a man expresses doubt, questioning if she's about to revolutionize the medical field. She shares excitement about her mentor discovering a new cancer treatment method and plans to spread this knowledge. Another person questions whether she truly knows of a medical breakthrough, suspecting potential dishonesty. Accusations arise against her, questioning her integrity and provoking her to defend herself. She's accused of using relationships for personal gain. The blonde woman teases about the impending party, anticipating a possible scene. The white-haired woman plans to rejoin the party later. Proudly, she refers to a bracelet gifted by Aunt Pianlin, cherishing it warmly. Another woman compliments her on how well the bracelet suits her, showing a fondness. The white-haired woman gracefully descends the stairs, bidding farewell to the two women at the top. She muses about potential schemes against her, confident in the face of any trap set with the bracelet. The blonde and another woman, arms crossed, share a conspiratorial look, contemplating their next move as the party scene unfolds below. The white-haired woman is complimented on her appearance while someone else expresses regret over not attending originally. A young boy presents her with flowers, declaring her as his wife and asking if she likes them, making her delighted for the gesture. Welcoming her to the party, a woman reassures her about her presence, noting her relation as the boy's grandmother, making the evening feel more supported. Another woman mentions the buzz caused by a matchmaking incident, foretelling possible embarrassment, but reassures her of his support. Contemplative, she worries that an accidental kiss could lead to refusal of her treatment, pondering on the awkward situation. Accepting her role, she focuses on the purpose of treating someone for a strategic reason, remaining unmoved by personal reservations. Others marvel at the miraculous recovery of someone with a past severe injury, attributing credit to her intervention, highlighting the perception of her skills. A group of people discusses a significant discovery attributed to Old Master Song. One remarks on how Mingjing, who appears well-mannered, has falsely claimed this discovery as her great-grandfather's own work. Two women confront Mingjing. The one in red insists she should kneel and apologize, hoping that this might lead to their grandfather's forgiveness. The woman in white, smiling confidently, questions the suggestion of kneeling. An older man observes silently as she speaks, expressing her sense of empowerment. The older man in the vest angrily denies accusations of misconduct. A child points at him, accusing him of attempting theft, and a woman supports the child's claim, ready to provide evidence of wrongdoing. During a private discussion, the woman questions the older man if the animal PTC can indeed cure cancer. He reassures her that he wouldn't make such claims without solid clinical trial results. The older man declares that he has successfully cured numerous late-stage cancer patients. Holding a file, he claims this as the basis of his breakthrough assertion. He highlights his ranking among ethical researchers and insists on the thoroughness of his experiments. Yet he's ready to be transparent with those who question his claims. The woman in white feels fortunate as a situation unfolds in her favor, stunning a couple observing her with apparent surprise. She recounts how her master was overjoyed upon discovering that animal PTC could cure cancer, sharing her enthusiasm over this breakthrough. Despite initial excitement, further clinical trials revealed a common side effect among cured patients, affecting a man who stands in disbelief at not experiencing any adverse effects. As the confronting pair leans in, the woman firmly declares that her master wouldn't fabricate results, ensuring that they genuinely seek truth in their findings. The older man struggles to accept the revelation, rendered speechless as he kneels in disbelief over the truth that unravels before him. A narrative reveals 30 years ago where an honest exchange of breakthrough research took place between a woman and old master song based on mutual trust and seniority. However, the situation turned ominous as betrayal struck. The woman was attacked, leaving the man with evidence of his own deceit. The scene shifts to an emphatic declaration of the potential cure's authenticity, as she stands firm against the older man's past misconduct, addressing the gathered audience. A reflective view shows the woman's master speaking to trees, reminding her to move forward even as doubts emerge. This introspection reinforces her determination. She explains how this new drug successfully treated many cancer patients without adverse effects, offering to start a trial for the older man, promising visible results in 2 weeks. Impressed by the drug's potential, he agrees to try it. Others marvel at the potential breakthrough, praising the woman's master for her significant contributions. During an inquiry about the truth of Master Song's research, the older man confirms its authenticity, provoking debate over intellectual property as another woman challenges the validity of the claim. The discussion heats up and a woman accuses the white-dressed woman of exploiting newly disclosed information for personal gain, surprising her opponent. In her thoughts, the woman in white realizes she has been manipulated, lamenting how the mention of animal PTC tied to her grandfather set the trap she now faces. Recognizing the failure of her grandfather's initial strategy, she resolves to take immediate action to adapt and secure success. Determined to regain control, she resolves to switch to an alternative plan, aiming to reverse the current predicament. In a moment of apparent reconciliation, Mingjing forgives Aunt Pianlin, who is relieved and grateful. However, the sincerity of her actions is suspect. Aunt Pianlin attempts to set a trap by showing a bracelet, claiming it to be lost property, subtly framing Mingjing in front of others. Mingjing questions Aunt Pianlin's claim, maintaining innocence while Aunt Pianlin insists she should stop pretending. As a small child protests angrily, Aunt Pianlin looks troubled, complaining about the implications of a mischievous kick disrupting their conversation. The child pushes back against accusations and urges the adults to reassess their behavior. The older man requests further clarification of her research claims. Acknowledging the gathering's interest, the older man retains composure, expressing his desire for clarity amidst resurfacing controversy regarding stolen research. The woman in white steps up to clarify her master's groundbreaking PTC extraction method from the Pacific U, intending to outline its current relevance and application. She elaborates on PTC's long-standing use in cancer therapy, disclosing newfound applications and advocating against misinformation to sustain focus on verified facts. Despite receiving unexpected criticism, she remains collected, determined to uphold her master's scientific legitimacy while adversaries sarcastically assess her boldness. Aunt Pianlin erupts in anger, accusing Mingjing of exploiting grandfather's decades of research unjustly, though Mingjing rebuffs the harsh claims. Defending herself, Mingying demands evidence of theft while Aunt Pianlin insists proof lies with grandfather's study files, leaving Mingjing to contemplate her next move. Mingjing challenges the older man, questioning if the breakthrough is genuinely unique or perhaps the very same her master once discovered, pressing for truth. Holding everyone's attention, Mingying invokes the authority of reason to expose any attempt to appropriate her master's research, facing the older man directly. A woman is contemplating a tricky situation considering her skills that have unexpectedly become useful today. She seems to be preparing for a confrontation or addressing a challenge directly. In a large hall, a woman is accused of attempting to frame another with a bracelet that fell out of her purse. The accusation raises questions about her intentions regarding the stolen goods. A tense confrontation unfolds as a woman is accused of theft, causing a heated discussion among onlookers. A man points out the potential destruction of their family due to her actions, highlighting the gravity of the accusation. Amidst the commotion, a young boy notices someone important, calling out to his father who enters the scene. Attention shifts to the new arrival in the room. There's a rumor spreading about someone involved in a theft years ago, causing suspicion to rise. A woman questions the integrity of a person related to her late sister, wondering about an old connection to a missing bracelet. A woman concludes that they need to revisit events from 5 years ago to understand the current problem, suggesting a deeper history behind the ongoing situation. Recollection of a significant purchase emerges, where an expensive white diamond bracelet was bought for Ms. Bai. Si Yao, who admired the bracelet, was advised against desiring it. Reflecting on Si Yao's social status, there's confusion over why Si Yao, a prominent figure, would engage in such questionable behavior. A young woman challenges the implication that the bracelet she wears belongs to Ms. Bai and accuses her mother of theft, questioning the validity of the claims. A woman acknowledges the difficulty in accepting the situation but reassures another that it isn't her fault. There's a growing disbelief in the accusations made against her. The young woman insists her grandmother allowed her to wear the bracelet, questioning why it would be stolen if it wasn't wrong to wear it. She defends her actions while questioning the overall integrity of the accusations. Another woman notes the differences between the bracelets, mentioning the significance of the missing white diamond piece, implying a misunderstanding or intentional deception. Shocked by the revelation, the blonde woman remembers an earlier moment in the dressing room that might explain the current confusion over the bracelet mix-up. In a flashback, a compliment about how well the pink diamond bracelet matches an outfit is recalled, connecting to the woman's earlier choice to wear it. The white-haired woman reassures her not to worry about the bracelet's expense, offering items from the room freely, indicating there was no malicious intent. The surprise is evident as the previous conversation about borrowing the bracelet is recollected, causing doubt about the allegations of theft. The blonde woman, outraged by the accusation against her granddaughter, defends her fiercely, questioning whether there's an ulterior motive to frame them. A woman expresses disbelief at the unfounded accusations and stands firm against the crowd, demanding justice for the wrongful claims. A young man's observation clarifies that the person mentioned earlier, Ms. Bai, is related to Bai Bai, linking the accusation to a personal connection. In frustration, the blonde woman demands the location of the supposedly stolen bracelet, clearly agitated by the turn of events. She internally regrets her intense attachment to the bracelet, which she loved but was unable to display publicly, suggesting an emotional conflict over the accessory. Confronting her, the white-haired woman questions her excessive fixation and notes the irony in being so compelled by mere possessions. Her attempt to calm the situation is apparent. Unexpectedly, the bracelet in question falls to the ground, creating an embarrassing moment as the incident is inadvertently revealed to be linked to the blonde woman. In shock, the woman on the floor denies responsibility, blaming Song Pianlin for the deceit and theft while defending herself against the accusations. Someone is expressing their determination to stop avoiding a situation. They are preparing to confront whatever is ahead. A woman contemplates confessing and asking for forgiveness. She considers it best to be straightforward about the matter, pondering who to share this with. However, she hesitates, fearing the person's reaction. She worries they might silence her if they realize a mistake was made in a previous encounter. Resolving to take things as they come, she decides to adapt to the situation as it unfolds, readying herself to face the unknown. In a different scene, Kyle Leonard addresses a woman asking why she is perfectly dressed and strolling around. His demeanor suggests curiosity mixed with amusement as he regards her closely. Approaching her directly, Kyle instructs her not to move, initiating an unexpected interaction. The woman is caught off guard and questions his actions. The woman, showing hesitation, attempts to speak to Kyle, referring to him as Mr. Mo. Her intent seems to involve discussion rather than confrontation. In a sudden turn, Kyle leans closer and the woman reacts to a tickling sensation. He internally notes her familiar scent, associating it with another individual named Giorgio. A young boy calls out to his father, showing him a bracelet. The father, surprised, inquires about its origin and how the boy came to possess it. The young boy accuses a woman of theft, claiming she tried to frame his mother. He demands that she be punished for her actions. The accused woman protests her innocence, insisting on her ability to explain. Internally, she reveals her plan was to frame someone else and gain favor through deceit. The little boy expresses his lack of interest in staying and wants to return to complete his homework. His voice reflects a simple desire to go home with his father. The woman informs someone of her need to visit an elderly master's house to prepare medication, expressing urgency. She senses something amiss with Kyle's demeanor towards her, contemplating a possible underlying issue. Kyle confronts the woman gently, implying she should focus on regaining her memory. His tone suggests a deeper connection, perhaps questioning her actions. The woman notices an undeniable scent emanating, reminding her of Jojo, triggering confusion. She questions whether she could possibly be the person Kyle is thinking of. As they move forward, she requests Kyle to let her walk on her own. A moment of tension passes as they misunderstand each other's intentions, hinting at their complex relationship. A playful exchange occurs as the boy excitedly suggests they take a shower together, needing assistance with scrubbing his back, conveying innocence. The boy insists on delaying his homework to shower with Jingjing, showing a desire for companionship. His plea reflects his playful nature and preference for fun over obligations. Kyle intervenes, reminding the boy of his responsibilities, emphasizing that showering with girls isn't appropriate. He sets a deadline and a humorous consequence if it's not met. The boy mischievously makes a joke about breaking wind, displaying a typical child's humor. His remark evokes a playful reaction from the adults nearby. In a moment of solitude, the woman considers the difficulty of maintaining a pretense, as Kyle likely believes she's someone else. She weighs the option of revealing the truth or continuing the charade. The man admires someone's strong waist but quickly questions his own thoughts, wondering what he's thinking. A woman reflects on her weakness during the mating season, noting how it's more noticeable around him and decides she can't be near him for too long. The woman compliments someone's scent, asking about the perfume they're wearing as she thought there was no perfume allowed in the house. She considers getting a bottle of it because it smells intoxicating and wonderful. The man smiles and acknowledges her by saying she finally noticed. He reveals the scent is called Dragon Allure and explains it's used to attract naughty dragons. The woman seems flustered and asks what he means. She then apologizes repeatedly, expressing her upset feelings while holding her head. She imagines herself in an unusual scenario with him, pondering how things like this could have happened. The man also reflects on the situation, thinking it wasn't intentional. He thinks she might be angry because he didn't recognize her and refused to marry her. He wonders if that's why she's pretending not to know him. His hand trembles with uncertainty, questioning if she has forgotten him or if she's not the person he thinks she is. She tries to stop him and suggests that they should discuss the situation. He continues holding her and comments on how her scent resembles something pleasant, causing him to react with enjoyment. He leans in closer and mentions that it's getting cold. She becomes nervous and suggests they talk through the situation. The man suggests drying her hair quickly because it is cold outside. She reacts with surprise. 30 minutes later, she expresses appreciation for his help, but mentions she can manage on her own. She wonders why he's so insistent on blow-drying her hair. She is confused by his actions, suspecting that something is off since he entered her room late and started drying her hair. She pleads with him and questions his intentions, bringing up the inappropriateness of entering a lady's room at night, questioning the behavior of men in Safnova. The man responds with a question, implying he has something to clarify. He accuses her of entering his room and bed, questioning the logic of her actions. She reacts with surprise. She denies knowing what he's talking about. He insists she's not admitting the truth but suggests drying her hair first before continuing their chat. She wonders internally about the interrogation technique he's employing, feeling awkward about his seemingly intimate action of blow-drying her hair. Lost in thoughts, she reminisces about two people close to her, contemplating how she must handle the situation herself without revealing her inner conflict. Someone is about to leave when they trip over their own feet, nearly falling. A person warns someone to be careful. Suddenly, there is a magical poof as a character is transformed, which surprises the man holding a dragon-like creature who demands to be let go. He warmly remarks that it's been a long time. The man recalls the dragon's human appearance has changed, but the dragon form remains the same. The dragon expresses frustration, asking why it is being mistaken for a wife due to the man's lovesickness. The dragon, irritated, demands release. The dragon, still annoyed, insists they're being mistaken for someone else. The man calmly wonders aloud if it's more than just physical resemblance. The dragon is visibly upset by this speculation and the man remains pensive. The man, speaking fondly, warns the dragon not to bite him again before playfully urging the creature to eat something. The dragon, taken aback, questions where they're being taken as they overlook a walkway. Sitting on a bed, the man addresses the dragon, expressing confusion about being mistaken as a wife and wondering why the dragon keeps calling itself his daughter. The man ponders over their past together. The dragon denies the past connection, claiming the resemblance is coincidental and insisting the past should be left behind. The dragon insists photos taken weren't of her, but of another dragon that looks similar. The man asserts that he will eventually make sense of everything while the dragon, feeling exasperated, protests against being sprayed with something. The dragon, with fervent eyes, asks not to be refused. The man reassuringly proposes they can approach the upcoming season with ease together. A loud knock on the door startles both the man and the dragon who are sitting on a bed. A cheerful child exclaims to their papa that homework is finished and requests a review, presenting the notebook expectantly. Outside, a woman expresses hesitation, claiming that it's improper for a man to present himself in her room this late. However, the man assures her that his intentions are compliant with their agreement. The woman hesitantly ponders how to address the situation while feeling internally uneasy about the man's persistence. The man advises the woman to relax. Agitated, she argues the impossibility of relaxing with a man in her bedroom late at night, amplifying her distress. Conflicted, the woman feels overwhelmed and worries about an imminent transformation due to her inability to control her emotions. The woman, battling dizziness, connects her feelings to possible alcohol influence at the banquet and questions what's occurring, prompting concern from the man. As the man inquires about her well-being, he unexpectedly moves close, causing the woman to react internally, suspecting something is amiss with him. In a flustered state, the woman accuses Moebai of possibly tainting the perfume with something. She demands to know his intentions, feeling a growing sense of threat. The man urges her to calm down and explains his motive is merely to confirm something, which intensifies her apprehension. In a flashback, the woman explains to a past version of herself about a special perfume that affects only those trusted deeply, leading to mixed feelings about sharing it. In present time, Moebai recalls that the perfume denotes significant trust and is meant for someone cherished, inciting the woman's anger and making her declare her dislike towards him. Reflecting on their past, Moebai expresses desire and the woman confronts him, questioning his sanity with visible exasperation at his intentions. A man enters a room announcing his return. He then notices the absence of someone named Jingjing and wonders where they are. Sitting pensively, he contemplates something deeply, surrounded by a floral pattern. The man is lost in thought, questioning why Jingjing had to be involved in an unknown situation. He clutches his fist in frustration, feeling a sense of determination to protect Jingjing at all costs. The man leaves the room, walking down a corridor. As he approaches, the sound of trot, trot from another character echoes, suggesting an encounter is imminent. A girl with long, flowing hair returns to her human form. Feeling weak, she realizes that the perfume's effect is waning and acknowledges her limitations, pondering over her current state. The girl considers her situation and suddenly has an idea, expressing determination with a glint in her eye. She seems to have come up with a plan to address her challenges. Muel, dressed casually, is surprised to see Jingjing, who appears upset. Muel asks why Jingjing is crying, puzzled by the sudden emotional state. While comforting Jingjing, The girl softly reassures that everything will be all right. In the dim light, the man silently observes them, contemplating what seems like a complex relationship. The man tells someone to wait and promises to return shortly. Meanwhile, a small creature rests comfortably on a bed, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing events. Outside the door, the man praises a young boy, calling his actions impressive. He encourages the boy to go to bed, maintaining a light-hearted atmosphere. The boy insists on finding Jingjing, expressing concern over her being bullied. The man gently holds the boy, pausing his urgent search. The man explains Jingjing isn't the boy's wife and notes he can't search for her so late. The boy accuses him of being a sourpuss for keeping them apart due to the man's own situation. In the boy's bedroom filled with toys, the man tries to settle the boy down, urging him to sleep. The boy resists, expressing a strong desire to see Jingjing. The man restrains his frustration, thinking about disciplining the boy. Despite the struggle, he decides to let the issue go for now, recalling a previous incident. The man reassures the boy, acknowledging his sense of urgency with a gentle bop on the head. Two women appear in suggestion, with one encouraging the boy indirectly. The boy defiantly insists Jingjing is his, demanding the man stay away from her. He claims ownership over Jingjing, raising doubts about the feasibility of his claim. The boy proudly announces eating more and that Jingjing is willing to wait for him to grow up. The man dismisses it as a typical mother-son relationship, not something extraordinary. Attempting again, the man tells the boy to sleep. The boy cries out his concern for Jingjing, worried about her being bullied, refusing to calm down. The man cautions the boy against entering the middle of the night, warning of consequences and expressing his resolve to act if necessary. The boy protests vehemently, fully against the threat of Jingjing being kicked out, showing his protective instincts and determination. The boy continues to object, while Muel, now holding the boy, admonishes the man for his attitude, implying a broader context of understanding. Muel confidently steps in to handle the situation, offering to manage the boy. The boy quickly explains to Muel that the man won't allow him to see Jingjing, clearly upset. A conversation unfolds where someone questions the appropriateness of a particular spot and suggests choosing another location like the arms or forehead. Meanwhile, a woman with long hair is sitting with a child, observing the exchange. The man with brown hair in a green hoodie seems to be teased with some stuff on a stick. In reflecting, the person considers that Inha must be extremely lovesick, hinting that he desires to recover swiftly, possibly for his wife's return. The person speaks about following instructions as given. There's a declaration of agreement to Ms. C's proposition. Both the young child and the woman appear surprised by the decision made by the man standing in a green outfit. The man in green suggests selecting the chest area for treatment. He wonders if this choice is necessary given the context. Someone visualizes a humorous scenario where treating an illness might lead to forced comforting actions. The conversation continues about the appropriateness of a specific body part. The man with dark hair confidently offers no objection, implying readiness to proceed. This is complemented by an internal exclamation of the absurdity of the situation. The woman with long hair seems to be organizing or tidying up, possibly preparing food. A curious comment is made about being impressed by how Ms. C supposedly prepared the food with care. A man in a neat and confident posture promises to wait as long as necessary for her. His statement appears reassuring, but the person's internal reaction is one of slight confusion or uncertainty. The man claims that it's the least he can do, but it leaves another person questioning why he seems like a husband waiting for his wife to return home. The woman with light hair expresses disbelief or amusement. The scene shifts outside a residence, showing a vehicle. Inside, the woman sits with a child. The man joins them, leading to a brief exchange. During the ride, the child remarks on it being his first time experiencing something, with the woman clarifying. Interaction among the characters hints at daily routine or family discussion. Upon reaching kindergarten, parting words are exchanged. The woman expresses care for the child's safety, emphasizing caution and carefulness. As the child heads away, a mix of pride and jest takes place. The instructions are gentle yet earnest. A passing comment is made by another student, marveling at familial kindness. Someone points out their partner affectionately. Another person advises the child to study diligently. Despite a familiar facial expression, deeper thoughts and emotions dwell beneath the surface. The woman brightly considers the current moment. Her internal dialogue acknowledges the unchanged perception of someone else. Abruptly, a hand reaches out, guiding the woman along with urgency, implying a new destination or surprise plan. The unexpected turn leads them toward a mall. The man guides the woman while she questions the destination. Amid the store's backdrop, the man suggests trying on clothes. The woman hesitantly appreciates the gesture but resists the notion of receiving clothes from him, drawing from past experiences. A glimpse of his thought reveals surprise at her guarded demeanor, sensing underlying uncertainty. Inha acknowledges Ms. C's competence as the atmosphere seems to calm with her presence. A suggestion arises regarding Bye-Bye's overnight stay. Encouraging not to cry, the woman agrees to stay, inviting all to proceed. There's a mutual understanding despite some nervousness. The woman assertively moves, facing some playful resistance. The man with dark hair requests help with clothes, hinting at a teasing dynamic. A moment ensues where the man with dark hair appreciates her assistance, inviting consideration. A sudden surprise leaves the woman with long hair holding the child with caution, asking for a pause. The child expresses determination to protect Jingjing from interference, showing youthful defiance. A gentle attempt to calm a situation sees two characters engaged in light-hearted struggle, one advising calmness. In a calm setting, the woman reflects on past legends and familiar tales, sharing with the child. These stories speak of distant lands and their fate. The woman's internal visions recount the tale of civilizations lost to natural calamities, evoking historical mystery and fascination. The narrative continues with a focus on the lost civilization's grandeur and downfall, unsettling yet intriguing. The child acknowledges familiarity with the story shared. The child claims a remarkable lineage, seizing the moment with enthusiasm while the woman amusedly cherishes the bond. In a dining setting, Ms. C draws praise for handling a situation expertly. One remarks on keeping an eye on her, admiring a particular talent. The woman's internal realization dwells on recent events, hinting at challenges faced due to unexpected occurrences. During a meal, subtle nuances hint at diverse intentions and expectations among the group, leaving the woman momentarily unsure. Discourse shifts to picking the chest region again, causing momentary surprise from the listener. Yishin internally criticizes the notion of being desired, feeling challenged by Ms. C's actions. He prides himself on maintaining fidelity, envisioning a barrier against other women. A woman looks at her phone as it rings, showing someone is calling her. Walking beside her, a man carries shopping bags. She decides to take the call, and the man acknowledges with an okay before stepping aside. The woman, now on the phone, greets her dad, questioning if he needs something. He asks her to put in a good word for him since she's traveling. A different woman pleads with a man, stressing the importance of saying good things about her. She emphasizes the significance of the upcoming event. Meanwhile, the silver-haired woman on the phone expresses confidence in her abilities to manage things during her call. She reflects on how uncertain she is about being listened to by the person she's about to deal with. Yet her companion on the phone assures her to attempt communication, promising to do his best. During the call, she makes a firm decision that if there are no changes from Mo Inha, she will stop treating him. Her father reacts strongly, questioning her authority to threaten Mo Inha, urging her not to complicate matters further. He instructs her to focus on ensuring the person's recovery. The woman expresses her desire to help, recounting the hard work her father and grandfather put into building the song group. The man at the other end tells her to rely on her Aunt Daoxue, indicating that maintaining her lifestyle requires wisdom. Annoyed, she decides to hang up. After the call, she feels content, perceiving her father's emphasis on wealth over everything else. Reflecting on the past, she recalls a party where Song Mylan shared crucial information about a necklace, contemplating the trust between them. While in a car with a man, she questions the closeness of her mother and another woman. The man clarifies that they weren't really close. Two women are shown becoming friends just 2 months before one of them moved away. As she closes the curtain after a task, she mentally acknowledges that her mother had another trusted friend. Meanwhile, her companion speculates about who Lin has aligned with. In the car, Mo is questioned about their destination amidst her urgent need. The conversation becomes tense, with the man emphasizing seriousness this time. She quietly ponders over a plan to deal with the upcoming challenge. Her companion instructs her to wear something, causing her surprise as she wonders the reason behind his request. In disbelief, a man is intently focused, repeatedly emphasizing that only one person deserves something. Suddenly captivated, he hears a voice snapping him back to reality. The woman politely asks someone nearby to help zip up her dress, explaining she can't reach it on her own. The helper agrees to assist. A man approaches, confused about the amount of clothes she's trying on. She reveals the trial is part of preparation for her sister. The man advises her, reflecting on relationships, stressing not to marry someone unwilling to spend on her. Exhausted, she jests about how lucky her sister will be. While standing close, her companion wonders if her mind is somewhere else. She reassures everything is fine but is caught off guard when something quickly slips past her. She admires herself in different gowns. Pleased with the selection, her companion instructs to pack everything she has tried on. Behind the scenes, staff express surprise at the complete purchase of the trial dress samples. A man questions if she encountered VVP treatment, and another guest notes their efforts in hiding from paparazzi. Her companion sternly questions an associate if he was instructed to manage the situation, implying it wasn't his directive. The associate nervously contemplates the potential spread of rumors if the issue is ignored. He assures that actions have been taken. Her companion, unimpressed, dismisses the relevance of such rumors. The man reflects on his ordinary status, stressing he avoids using privilege for special treatments. Calmly, he acknowledges the efforts done and encourages moving on. He returns a camera to a pair of individuals, visibly distressed and huddled together, with a quiet assertion. Holding a memory card, the associate tells the photographers to retrieve it, implying their release from any obligation. Confused about the gesture, the photographers are reassured they can release the photos freely. It's revealed that they won't face any trouble as a higher authority permits the action. A man hopes that another will keep their distance, but notices she's not even looking at him, creating an awkward tension in the car. He responds that he'll try his best, but internally questions the greatness of the man being discussed. He clenches his fist, determined to eliminate anyone who attempts to take away his wife. A woman instructs someone to remove their clothes, implying a professional or medical necessity due to the presence of a first aid kit. Another man comments about something not being cute while wondering where a bracelet went, noticing its swift removal. A man confidently expresses he'll be fine, relaxed in a setting filled with blossoms, as a woman observes him. A real man never hesitates, and someone is told sharply to leave, resulting in a humorous scenario. The woman with silver hair prepares to start a treatment, focusing intently on her task. She advises him to acknowledge any pain, but he reassures her pain doesn't deter him as another observes her courage in resisting pressure. An unexpected message interrupts them, breaking the moment they are sharing. A shocking online headline about a prince falling in love again causes alarm, as someone urgently presents it on their phone. Public reactions swirl around the news, leading to disbelief and chaos as explanations unfold about clothing trials and fake news. There's a public discussion where characters explain the clothing situation, reiterating that there is no romance involved, offering gratitude for the clarification. Inside a car, a headline asks if the prince has fallen for Ms. C, sparking outrage over the idea of his quick emotional turnover. A bracelet is offered, but the offer is rejected, creating silent tension between the two. Observing the interaction, a character is puzzled by another's gloomy expression, questioning their own actions. Apologetically, a character seeks clarity on their mistake, stressing their desire to understand and fix the situation. In a tense moment, a man teasingly asks if the other prefers to be delivered as a hostage. Shocked, the woman asks why the man threw away a bracelet that belongs to his wife as they drive away. Learning that it cannot be lost, she demands the car be stopped to search for it. She prepares to search for the bracelet, but he reassures her, revealing it is still with him. He points out her anxiety over the bracelet, suggesting her heart speaks truthfully despite her words. She claims the bracelet belongs to someone else, puzzled by her own reaction to his trickery yet acknowledging her anxiousness. He reflects on the personal significance of keepsakes, stating if it were his mother's, he'd treasure it dearly. Their conversation turns personal. Despite their calm demeanor, she's internally distressed, feeling protective over her memories. They share a past of growing up together and her commitment to spending her life with him, picturing a harmonious future. Reminiscing about her former self, she acknowledges no one else can occupy her heart except him. Aside from avenging her mother, her second reason for this journey resembled her yearning for him, certain he's waiting for her somewhere in Safanova. A character named Muel dashes off, trying to escape with something important. He mentions dragon scales are tokens of love and that Juicy loved Inha, implying they can't keep what they have. Muel expresses gratitude and hastily departs, while someone is yelling, "Hey!" trying to stop him. In an elegant room, a person kneels in front of another, claiming to have something belonging to Juicy and offering it in exchange for their own freedom. They plead to be handed over to the authorities instead as they share the same fate. The standing figure questions when they obtain the item. The kneeling person explains they received it from someone referred to as Ms. C. Meanwhile, Ms. C is seen entering a room, seemingly furious about a mishap involving her older brother, asking why he is here. Ms. C appears surprised as she enters a room, greeting someone with a slightly puzzled, "Huh?" The person she addresses notes she arrived just in time as they were about to look for her. The person, a male character, asks Ms. C who hurt her, showing apparent concern for her well-being. Ms. C is taken aback by the concern shown towards her and internally wonders if the person is actually worried about her. Ms. C tries to brush off the concern, stating it's nothing, but internally she is advised to stay calm as the person is worried about her. She reveals those who harmed her are already dead and promptly requests the return of her dragon scale. The person lightly dismisses the request, indicating with a playful tone that returning the dragon scale is not going to be an option. Confusion arises as Ms. C questions the response. The person slyly claims it's theirs now, suggesting possessiveness over the dragon scale. Muel, referred to as the person's brother, pleads with C not to harm him, reminding her he is the only merman alive who can breed fish for their home. Another character insists that Muel's lack of awareness isn't his fault, asking Ms. C to be more considerate. Ms. C becomes curious about what the character is referring to. She is led to recall events, emphasizing how humans describe mermaids as monsters, leading to their misunderstanding and mistreatment. The complexity of the world's layers is explained, revealing a hierarchy involving Lemuria, Gondwana, and Atlantis. It's discussed how dangerous humans regard those who travel freely between these places. The scene shifts to a lecture attended by an audience, explaining that exchange policies were put in place due to the dangers posed by unidentified people infiltrating their world. The figure on stage speaks about dealing with people who cross into their territory. Ms. C listens carefully, and the speaker highlights the threat of the dark species and the importance of maintaining the boundaries, further emphasizing the dangers they face due to these intrusions. Ms. C remembers personal experiences, specifically abusive moments involving accusations of being a monster by people around her, as a flashback shows her tearful recollection. Ms. C recalls being protected by someone dear who didn't see her as a monster and comforted her during difficult times, showing compassion and resilience through tears. Ms. C recalls how Muel told her about the history of their kind, referring to what he read in a fairy tale, suggesting that this information comforts her. Muel muses that if humans had treated mermaids kindly, they wouldn't fear them, leading to a different outcome. Ms. C contemplates who would support her if she weren't there. The concept makes sense to Ms. C as she reflects about being human-like, suggesting that the way they can access her brothers could lead to finding an answer. In response, Muel tearfully considers where he will find such people. Ms. C prepares for a confrontation, reflecting that certain people won't be easy to handle. Her thoughts are interrupted as she gets caught up in emotional turmoil, asking to stop the discord. Muel approaches Ms. C with relief, assuring her they meant no harm, just seeking to understand what's special about the dragon scale. Ms. C laughs with a sense of realization and wonders if the exchange redeemed their understanding. The scene introduces Yi Siyuan, referred to as the second princess of Atlantis, capturing the attention of those around her. The group seems fascinated as she makes a striking entrance. A girl with long hair sipping a drink seems to ignore Yi Siyuan, who expresses frustration towards someone named Shin, asking if he is blind. Another person in the conversation remarks that it's Inha who is blind, claiming the woman is Juicy. Yi Siyuan appears surrounded by admirers, and someone mentions that Inha even gave her the unlimited card she always wanted. The surprised reaction of the crowd suggests disbelief at the situation. A conversation unfolds on a phone where Yi Siyuan questions the identity of Juicy. She's defiant, suggesting a strong belief that Inha's interest in Jussi proves a point that she herself must be Jussi. Inha is seen in a reflective mood, expressing uncertainty by acknowledging the identity of someone, presumably Jussi, but with hesitation as there seems to be more complexity to the situation. Inha admits that the person's appearance has changed and she seems to have forgotten about him, indicating a deeper connection and past history between them. Yi Si-yuan expresses confidence, assuring someone that Jussi would never forget her. She's determined to help Inha restore Jussi's memory, suggesting a plan to collaborate on this matter. Yi Si-yuan is upset over trending posts, particularly irritated with Song Pialan, questioning her audacious claims, likely relating to the negative attention being faced. Yi Si-yuan, holding a phone, seems to be involved in a confrontation, speculating about how Song Pialan might have accessed her confidential information, causing a stir among onlookers. A post about Song Pialan surfaces online, and commentary questions her aspirations, critically remarking on her desire to be a consort, sparking judgment from the public. The post delves into Song Pialan's past, revealing a dramatic story from 5 years ago where 2 individuals lost their family assets, leading to Song Pialan's attempts to remake herself as a socialite. Song Pialan is seen immersed in contemplation, playing a piano, possibly reflecting on her past actions and ambitions. She is determined, but her internal battle seems evident. Alone and emotional, Song Pialan is grappling with her feelings of resentment towards those she considers commoners, questioning their right to judge her background and choices. Slamming the mirror in frustration, Song Pialan vows not to let anyone look down on her, emphasizing her resolve to change her destiny and make her own standing clear. In a discussion about clothing, a male character notes that his sister didn't like the garments, suggesting they be gifted as a reward, revealing a sense of practicality and kindness. Another character rushes in, calling for Inha. The urgency in their movement suggests important news or a pressing matter needing attention. Amidst the conversation, a realization dawns on the male character, pondering the strategic implications of being sent as a hostage, hinting at underlying tensions. The narrative reflects on the motivations behind gifting clothes, contemplating whether the offerings were meant specifically for Ms. C, showcasing an intricate web of intentions. A boy imagines the potential relationship between Ms. C and Inha, suggesting mutual growth through their connection, while another character has different astonished realizations. The silver-haired character accepts the clothing gift with gratitude but reminds the giver about their commitment to pay for services, maintaining a business-like approach. Delivering a treatment deposit, the character promises to provide the rest of the payment once fully healed, illustrating trust and business transparency. Surprised by the mention of an unlimited card linked to family assets, the character reacts with disbelief, illustrating the magnitude of trust involved. The discussion brings up financial considerations, emphasizing that the treatment fees are around $5,000, displaying the character's balanced and straightforward nature. Reflecting on the perceived value of life versus money, the character contemplates their own worth, injecting a subtle layer of introspection into the financial discussion. Agreeing to accept the deposit, the long-haired character firmly requests to stop receiving gifts, as they prefer not owing any favors, highlighting a desire for independence. A character remains silent, inwardly aware of the complexities of Ms. C's situation, recognizing the intricate dynamics at play concerning Inha's brother's intentions. In a playful manner, the boy questions Inha's decision to move on with Ms. C, excited by the possibility of a fresh start, revealing admiration for her otherworldly background. Inha firmly states that Ms. C is their sister-in-law, emphasizing a bond or commitment that prevents other considerations, maintaining respect and acknowledgement. Amused, the boy insists on their familial link, assured of Si Mingjing's return, albeit with a new appearance, suggesting a continuity of identity despite physical changes. A character sits casually in a room, pondering over a message they just read on their phone. They comment to themselves about someone stepping in to assist, the songs reflecting on the situation quietly. A conversation happens over text where the character Mingjing receives messages from a family member. They are informed about an engagement happening that night and are told to come home to meet their future uncle. The family member insists that Mingjing dresses nicely to avoid appearing unfashionable, to which Mingjing reluctantly agrees. At the engagement party, a woman clarifies a misunderstanding regarding a bracelet, taking blame for not clarifying things earlier. Another guest, a man, acknowledges the fake news, while a thought bubble hints that when Mingjing arrives, she will be flawlessly dressed, causing surprise among the attendees. A man confidently plans to lure people into a prepared room once Mingjing arrives. He takes the opportunity to congratulate Aunt Pianlin on her engagement, all while forecasting his scheme in the background. The scene turns awkward as a character criticizes Mingjing's clothing, calling it a disgrace to the family's image. Mingjing is unfazed and defends their attire by asserting that they remain fashionable even if they hail from Astracel. A woman complains about Mingjing's appearance, accusing her of deliberate provocation. She compares Mingjing unfavorably to Pianlin, whose fiancé Zhou Haiyang supposedly finds her less attractive regardless of financial inducement. Zhou Haiyang expresses his happiness to be marrying Pianlin, affectionately embracing her, while Mingjing sarcastically comments on how sweet they seem together. The group gathers around a dining table, with Zhou offering Pianlin food, encouraging her to eat. Pianlin appears hesitant but responds politely. A woman notes how Haiyang is already spoiling Pianlin ahead of their marriage. Another suggests that the 15th of next month would make a perfect wedding date, emphasizing the joy of this moment. Despite a cheerful proposal about playing with fireworks, Pianlin dismisses the idea with a whispered disdain. She reluctantly engages with a young girl, Tian, about the prospect of participating. Mingjing, observing from afar, doubts Zhou's love for Pianlin and predicts a break in the engagement once the scandal about tonight's event circulates in the media. This contemplation heralds an impending showdown. Young Tian asks Mingjing if they would like to join her in play. Mingjing seems taken aback but is prompted to respond to the innocent invitation. Mingjing urges Tian to follow along, leading her to a wooden cottage in the song's backyard. They seem poised for some clandestine adventure, guided by Mingjing's foresight. Inside the isolated cottage, Mingjing and Tian discover a collection of photos plastered on the walls. Tian curiously asks Mingjing who the people in the photos are. As Mingjing reflects on the resilience and nobility illustrated by someone depicted in the photos, Tian feels unwell and expresses her dizziness, prompting concern from Mingjing. In a dining area, an intense atmosphere is punctuated by the sound of a newspaper being dramatically slammed down, highlighting a brewing tension. A heated argument ensues between two characters. One accuses the other of inciting trouble that may lead to jail time due to a provocative act. The tension amplifies with talks about the consequences of wearing a contentious bracelet. Back in the cottage, Tian's call captures Mingjing's attention as an unidentified presence intrudes on their secretive moment, adding suspense to the scene. A character sorrowfully stands near a window, lamenting their future's ruined state, envisaging a life of hardships. Downstairs, a lively family gathering contrasts the mood of despair. A confrontation escalates with a woman demanding respect in conversation as tempers flare at the dining table. Accusations about past tragedies implicate a family member as a murderer, intensifying the dinner table discourse. Concerns rise if these revelations would disrupt a familial facade maintained for Mingjing. A male character's anxiety peaks as they fear disclosure of secrets under coercion, foreseeing potential jail time. Anger boils over, resulting in a male character physically lashing out and demanding silence. The tension marks a pivotal moment in their heated discourse. While grappling with emotions, a woman pleads for understanding, hinting that cooperation might change the current predicament. A sudden necessity for marriage arises for political leverage, as someone influential in the foreign ministry becomes involved, complicating the dynamics further. Flashbacks provide context to the current entanglement, revealing Zhou Haiyang's manipulative intentions. A recollection illustrates his past desires, culminating in his resolve to make a woman his bride. Zhou Haiyang's face, fixated in determination, sums up his singular objective, unequivocally declaring his wish for the woman to become his bride. Amid growing pressure, outrageous demands seem to be the only options available. A character is left with dire choices: enter marriage or face imprisonment. The climax is met with desperation from a character doubting their options, facing an ultimatum between marriage and incarceration, an unfair fate seemingly unavoidable under the circumstances. The scene begins with Muel overhearing two people discussing their activities inside a room. One person questions what they are doing, considering the circumstances. The blonde woman wearing a red dress, curious, asks an older lady if she poisoned someone, wanting to know what she gave him. The lady explains that Tian Tian brought her there, noticing a strange scent that affects people's minds. Tian Tian ended up passing out. A red-haired man appears, alarmed, indicating that he tried to leave after seeing her there. However, the door was locked and he too became affected by the scent. The older lady clarifies her side, insisting she only helped him recover and expresses her desire to understand how he got poisoned. Grateful for her medical background, the older lady comments on how handling the situation would have been much harder otherwise, especially with Uncle Haiyang involved. She recalls finding little Tian Tian in the same area, worried about potential harm the child could have faced. The thought of something bad happening to Tian Tian crosses her mind as a potential disaster. A woman enters, noticing a commotion, and demands to know what Haiyang is doing in the room in such a manner. There's a tense moment as the woman recalls events, suspecting someone else's involvement in this predicament. Another woman demands the maid to explain why she accused someone of inappropriate actions, threatening her employment. The maid, distressed, tries to defend herself but is met with skepticism, accused of fabricating the story under someone else's influence. A suggestion is made to involve the police to resolve the issue, matching the severity of accusing someone unjustly. A male voice expresses concern about potential family disgrace should rumors of bullying spread, indicating the importance of identifying the mastermind. Terrified, the maid pleads with a woman not to send her away, showing her fear of the Zhou family's influence. The maid suddenly shifts blame toward Ms. Song, claiming it was Ms. Song who instructed her to lie. Claiming to have evidence, the maid offers to expose the truth stored on a recording, challenging others' disbelief. The recording suggests suspicious dealings involving cash intended to frame someone in the wooden cottage. Tensions rise as new evidence suggests an elaborate setup. Additional figures in the room react with surprise and speculation. The red-haired man is shown, finally aware of the turmoil, and wonders aloud why such deception happened, with people questioning Pianlin's role. The older lady praised Ms. C for her actions, showing gratitude and a promise of future repayment for saving lives. A small gesture of pulling a pin from the red-haired man's clothes sets him into a coughing fit as a reaction to hidden secrets. A woman, possibly Pianlin, is confronted with allegations, demanding to know the truth behind her actions. The red-haired man questions her past promises and wonders if their conversations were deceitful, doubting his trust. He pleads with Pianlin, wanting reassurance from her that his suspicions aren't true, maintaining hope. Pianlin, visibly distressed, breaks away, declaring her disinterest in marrying him, silencing his pleas. Feeling betrayal and disgust, Pianlin firmly rejects him, leaving the red-haired man stunned and speechless. In a resolute twist, Si Mingjing expresses a scornful observation toward Pianlin, showing no sympathy for her situation. Si Mingjing reflects on past actions, suggesting a calculated move, indicating her foresight in these events. Ms. Song is apprehended by police, accused of serious schemes despite her protests of innocence amid a dramatic scene. As the authority figure persists, offering Ms. Song a final chance to confess truthfully, underscoring the gravity of her position. The red-haired man suffers public embarrassment as he struggles with locked doors, facing ridicule for his predicament. Having pushed her limits, the older lady shows bravery, comforting a young girl while confronting the red-haired man. The red-haired man is caught in a mental conflict, questioning his sanity, feeling the effects of the day's chaotic revelations. There's an unexpected turn as the red-haired man's bluff is countered, causing him physical distress amidst the confrontation. The night wraps the dramatic events, as the red-haired man is left helpless, contemplating whether to resolve or resign. Meanwhile, outside, accusations fly as staff members confront the maid about deceitful behavior related to the cottage. The maid hesitantly admits seeing nothing significant, missing the alleged attempt to seduce someone. Shock amplifies as the woman realizes the gravity of accusations toward deceitful romantic intentions. An argument erupts, leading to a dramatic intervention, trying to dispel any remaining tension about the maid's accusations. Pianlin sharply chastises someone for overstepping boundaries, highlighting the intensity of shattered trust. Tension peaks at the revelation, questioning the authenticity of ongoing chaos and perceived betrayals, leaving open questions. A character named Inha listens intently on the phone, hearing about Song Pianlin, who has reportedly vanished from the hospital. A car speeds along a road at night. Inside, a girl in a red dress tells her grandfather she understands he loves her. The grandfather hands the girl an item indicating she should take it. She is confused and asks for a reason. He insists she cannot remain in Estina, urging her departure. The girl looks troubled, questioning this decision. She expresses concern about losing everything if she leaves. The grandfather gently holds her, telling her to listen to him. He advises her to stop daydreaming about Inha, suggesting her potential has no limits if she lets go of this attachment. He explains his family's interest in her as a successor. The grandfather sits beside her, stating love is the most pointless thing. He admits he should have taught her better. In anguish, the girl insists she doesn't want to leave, fearing she'll lose her status and independence. The grandfather reprimands her for not understanding and mentions seeking assistance from the Hua family. He emphasizes the arrangement made for her departure to Estina. She continues to protest, uncertain about their involvement. Her grandfather reassures her not to worry, hinting at substantial help. The grandfather reflects on his responsibility, recalling a deal made. A shadowy figure clutches a rope, revealing this arrangement. The girl contemplates her situation, recalling how she was drawn in the past by enticing promises. The shadowy figure's intentions make her anxious about what lies ahead. Determined, she decides to comply temporarily, recognizing the manipulation involved. As the car speeds away, she vows to return stronger. Her resolve hardens. She plans on seeking retribution upon her return. Meanwhile, someone monitors from afar, marking her as the target. Kyle Leonard lounges relaxed in a bathtub. A girl prepares to assist him. As the girl warns of an impending sting, Kyle braces for it. A character rushes in, alerting Kyle that something serious happened. Song Pianlin attempted to harm herself at a police station. Worried, they question if she's dead, though no immediate answer is available. The girl, deeply troubled, regrets not helping her earlier. The girl hypothesizes if Song Pianlin might be escaping while being escorted to the hospital. Inha suddenly resolves to accompany Kyle, sensing something suspicious about the situation with Song Pianlin. As they drive away at night, Kyle inquires if she knows anyone at the target location, while the girl reflects on her forthcoming plans. The girl, contemplating, pledges to assist someone in need as a part of her mysterious plan. Kyle tightly holds a valuable bracelet, hinting at its worth and its connection to serious crime. The girl explains that those committing grave crimes should head to Astracell, implying a path to rehabilitation. She stresses contributing to humanity's space exploration. Kyle acknowledges and agrees to her wishes, implying action will follow. Inha and Kyle discuss something as Kyle answers a call, signaling potential new information. A couple stands lovingly close, with the man gently touching the woman's face. The text reflects on whether his feelings for her are genuine, hinting at deep affections shared between them. He admires her presence and seems captivated by her charm. A scene unfolds with a man holding a woman, raising questions regarding the genuineness of Si Mingjing's affectionate gestures. There's an underlying curiosity about her deserving this warmth from him, suggesting she has been through challenging experiences. A woman in a red dress is seen on the ground with tears, surrounded by two men in uniform. The text speculates whether her current state of distress and humiliation will be enough to bring about her downfall, revealing an event of significance has taken place. Si Mingjing offers help to the woman in red, who appears distressed. She comments on seeing her in such a state, implying it would be better if the woman had used her cleverness to avoid this downfall, suggesting a change in their dynamics. The woman in red angrily calls out Si Mingjing's name, warning her not to get arrogant. She threatens that she won't let Si Mingjing escape easily, indicating a conflict and surge of emotions between them. Si Mingjing addresses her as Auntie and warns against pushing her into a corner, hinting at the extreme lengths required if forced. The tension is palpable as she questions the aunt's intentions. The woman in red expresses a desire to learn the truth about her mother's death, addressing Mr. Mo directly. It's clear she's determined to hear the details straight from her aunt's mouth, revealing the drive behind her actions. Si Mingjing, beside another man, asks if his subordinates know methods to make the aunt sing. Her demeanor suggests confidence in getting the truth out, hinting at her plan moving forward. Si Mingjing learns Feng Ju has caught up with Song Panlan. The man beside her seems unfazed, suggesting he anticipated her escape, showing their preparedness for the situation. Reflecting on the events, Si Mingjing shares that she acted out of necessity, taking precautions for any eventuality. She didn't think her plans would need execution, yet they proved useful in the end. A man in a car communicates via a device, ensuring Si Mingjing that he will follow orders once she gives the signal. Si Mingjing is reaffirmed of his capability, knowing he won't disappoint her. The woman in red finds herself surrounded by cars, perplexed by how the situation escalated so quickly. Her immediate concern is escaping her predicament as reality dawns upon her. The woman in red is forcibly removed from the car by two men. As she struggles, she demands release, showing her fierce resistance to capture and indicating turmoil in her circumstances. Si Mingjing meets the woman dragged out, addressing her as Aunt Panlan with a hint of sarcasm. She questions how Panlan landed in such a predicament, further emphasizing Si Mingjing's control over the situation. In anger, the woman in red curses Si Mingjing. The men restraining her demand silence, setting a scene of palpable tension and dominating force. Si Mingjing nonchalantly advises the woman to conserve her energy. She then questions why the woman continues to obstruct her path, suggesting ongoing conflicts between them. Despite her defiance, Si Mingjing is warned of facing a miserable end. Meanwhile, a man gently wraps a coat around Si Mingjing, concerned she might catch a cold, portraying a mix of care amidst chaos. A man is on the phone in a living room and someone urges him to watch his daughter carefully. He reacts with shock, exclaiming about something unbelievable related to Muel's drug. In the same room, another man, presumably the grandson, speaks to an older man sitting with a cup, questioning if the police are coming to look for Pianlin. The older man advises they should act surprised when the police arrive, but the grandson, in disbelief, reveals that the police claim Pianlin is dead and want them to identify the body. The grandfather is in shock upon hearing the news of Pianlin's supposed death, dismissing it as impossible and demanding such nonsense to stop. A news broadcast reports Song Pianlin's escape from custody and subsequent shooting by an unidentified assailant. There is an offer of a reward for information captured on surveillance. Internet comments discuss the situation, questioning the relationship between Inye and Mingjing. A cheerful character expresses delight in seeing them looking lovely together and dismisses the need for clarification. A young character is worried about his wife being abandoned but reassures himself that his father would protect her. Another character casually responds, affirming the reassurance. Song Pianlin appears distressed, falling, while someone urges Mingjing to hurry as there's no time left, emphasizing the urgency. A character with blood on her face realizes it's too late for help as darkness surrounds her. Another declares they must get in the car amidst the tension. A woman in a car instructs a man to discover who was behind a certain action, acknowledging him as Your Royal Highness, and he agrees to investigate. Remembering someone dear, another character reflects deeply on past moments of care and kindness, pondering the situation and determined to find answers. A car scene displays confusion as someone asks about the unfolding events. They're informed the sniper escaped, indicating a missed opportunity. Amidst frustration over Song Pianlin's disappearance, one person demands evidence, but another confesses there are no clues left to pursue. Encouraging calmness, one character assures another that the matter will be handled smoothly, giving a reassuring glance. A man orders Fengju to spread the news of Song Pianlin's death and keep watch on developments to uncover the details of the assassination. Fengju responds affirmatively. Downstairs, an old woman anxiously asks about Pianlin, and learning of her escape fills her with relief, bringing her to express gratitude towards Buddha. The senior members continue their relief, expressing hope for divine protection, wishing for mercy, and acknowledging the complexities entwined with Pianlin's fate and future. Mr. Shang apologizes, explaining that his grandfather is ill following Pianlin's death and unable to help. He suggests finding another doctor. A woman commends his daughter, who is caring for Mo Inha, and suggests she could help him. The woman answers with finality that the daughter cannot assist, but Mr. Shang agrees to the suggestion. The woman expresses willingness to help as Mr. Shang shows her the way. Others express gratitude to him and curiosity about his actions. Mr. Shang apologizes for his father's earlier behavior, and the woman reassures him it's understandable. She then states that Mr. Shang seems detached from his body. The woman acknowledges losing someone, and the other person appears surprised, wondering about a missing individual. The woman reflects that as long as loved ones are alive, there's hope for a reunion, suggesting Mr. Shang be more optimistic. The woman asks Mr. Shang if she can check his pulse, and he consents, allowing her to proceed. Mr. Shang receives a call and asks if it's okay to take it while the woman holds his hand, and she agrees. Mr. Sheng is on a call with a child asking when he will come home and expressing affection by calling herself his cupcake. Mr. Sheng responds enthusiastically to the child's affection, asking for a kiss and pretending to receive it. Mr. Sheng introduces the child on the call as his sister's daughter, showing her picture fondly. The woman smiles warmly and comments that the little girl is adorable. Mr. Shang happily informs the woman of his good health following her examination, and she shares in his relief. Mr. Shang mentions an internal memory causing him psychological distress despite his physical health. The woman expresses that she won't feel completely healed until her missing sister is found, leaving Mr. Shang puzzled. A man suddenly claims that any relationship with his sister requires his permission, confronting the woman. The man declares himself as the woman's brother and insists she is already involved with someone else, which surprises her. An employee informs a man that his face appears in surveillance footage and asks if they should remove it. The man decides not to remove the footage, feeling that previous paparazzi interference wasn't significantly disruptive. The woman's brother announces their departure, leaving Mr. Shang in perplexity. Mr. Shang reflects that he shouldn't pursue thoughts about Ming Jing as she's not who he thought. The woman, alongside her brother, moves quickly, concerned about exposure and reputation. They see a message online about a rumored relationship involving the crown prince and are distressed by its viral status. The woman panics and pleads for assistance in managing the spread of the rumors, appealing to Brother Su. The determination is made to make public gestures to demonstrate the woman's singular importance to Mr. Shang. A crowd gathers for a memorial service, and there is tension about certain individuals' presence. The woman offers condolences at a gathering, but suspicions arise as she's confronted about her involvement with a past incident. Tensions flare as an older family member accuses her emotionally while others urge calm and defend her innocence. Mr. Sheng ponders that Mo Inha's affection towards Mingjing achieved more than others and sees potential benefits in allying with Mingjing. The woman reassures that the family knows she wasn't involved and attributes the outburst to grief. Expressing shared dismay, she questions if anyone had enmity, as revelations could explain past animosity against Aunt Pianlin. Mr. Shang leads the group towards another matter with a whispered suspicion on his mind. Mr. Hua introduces himself to Mr. Shang and discusses attending with another member of the family, orchestrating the meeting with a sense of respect. The character discusses someone's involvement in seafood production and distribution, highlighting their significant role in that industry. Inside a car, it's revealed that half of the seafood used at Astria hotels comes from the Hua family's warehouses. The Hua family is noted as the second-largest seafood supplier in the nation. A conversation reveals that the Hua family took Fang Jing as their goddaughter 4 years ago, and that person is also the godbrother of someone's stepmother, indicating a close family connection. Another character mentions Fang Jing's ability to adapt and socialize effectively, appearing more pragmatic. There's speculation that Fang Jing might have influenced the Hua family's actions. Observing the scenery, some musings suggest that Song Panai Pai didn't treat the Hua family as opponents in the past, but as tools for certain goals involving Song Panlan. Grandmother receives comfort from a young woman identified as Jing, who offers to handle things, thanking Jing for being thoughtful. It seems there are no conflicts between Fang Jing and the Songs, but the situation might still be complex. Consideration arises about whether the Songs are as united as they appear, questioning what the Hua family could offer Song Hongfei that is significant enough to risk Song Panlan's life. In a discussion, someone comments on the Hua family's seeming power, comparing them to the illustrious Yi family, although the Hua family isn't seen as mysterious. The Hua family's status as the second-largest seafood supplier is debated, with jealousy over the Yi family's profits. Someone feels treated as a substitute and argues about making wise use of situations. The conversation humorously shifts to a suggestion of becoming a girl and marrying into the Yi family while there's still time, adding a playful twist. A brother asks a sister whether she's hesitant about a relationship with Mo Inha, urging her that such feelings are unnecessary. A comparison is made showing the man did not graduate from preschool, pointing out educational backgrounds as humorous matchmakers in heaven, despite lacking formal education. The depiction of vast outer space humorously contrasts grand ambitions and achievements, showing a man proclaiming significant feats from an early age. The character's incredible achievements are noted, including exploring galaxies beyond the solar system at the age of 9, highlighting extraordinary accomplishments. Further achievements at ages 11 and 16 include discovering a celestial body and consolidating massive power, showing the character's awe-inspiring journey. Someone kneels dramatically, exclaiming about Mo Inha's godlike status, while another walks away, contemplating Mo Inha's profound impact. On the phone, someone refuses an invitation to a resort for Christmas with Mr. Mo, indicating reluctance for such a plan. A reminder over the phone highlights the obligation to treat someone every day, leaving the person in contemplation. A man points out the demand for becoming Mo Inha's wife, questioning the woman's high standards while she expresses her opinion. The woman is concerned someone might expect proposals from her brothers, stating they can't compare to Mo Inha. She considers if a rumor concerning Mo Inha might cause any unrest, hinting at her feelings about the situation. On the phone, she agrees to something reluctantly, claiming she'll handle it using her own means, observing the uncertainty. A teasing exchange takes place about moving in with a group because of family rumors, with a suggestion to reveal affection to Grandpa Su. The man expresses frustration at her seemingly relentless attitude as he hides behind a wall dramatically. She reveals her bold nature stemming from growing up with strong background experiences, making the man reconsider his actions in taking down an article. The man argues on the phone about removing a news article, asserting his identity as Su Qing and offering a second chance to comply. An intense scene unfolds as someone questions the motivation behind actions, contemplating potential danger from manipulation. On a phone call, a man apologizes for being unable to influence trending articles due to fairness and popularity considerations, facing a challenging predicament. Continuing the dialogue, the man displays frustration about his inability to receive help, with the woman observing in silence. She decides to find another solution, pondering the obstacles preventing the article's removal and questioning who might have amplified its popularity. A different man reflects on rejecting a request to remove someone else's trending article, expressing satisfaction in having refused such interference. The conversation shifts to discussing someone mysterious named Su Chong, and another person expresses eagerness to listen, citing a perceived negative atmosphere. As they decide on something, one person confirms they will be waiting for feedback, moving the conversation to continue elsewhere. A situation is assessed where two drivers discuss whether a gesture was just for show, and an inquiry is made about knowing another individual, confirming a specific identity. Two men, appearing anxious, are on their knees, confronted by a threatening situation. One expresses he'd rather face being shot, while the other reminds him that such an action would defy the law. They are addressed by a commanding presence, who declares confidently that their word is law, implying authority over the situation. The authoritative figure contemplates their decision-making, feeling it lacks the satisfaction typical accomplishments bring. They question if following orders and obeying commands truly brings contentment. Despite the serious exterior, there's an underlying need to pursue meaningful actions beyond mere obedience. A man, evidently conflicted, raises a gun, sweating profusely. He struggles with his orders but eventually resolves to comply, pleading for forgiveness as he prepares to act. The weight of the command seems severe, suggesting a moral dilemma. As the tense scene unfolds, a sudden interruption takes place. A silver-haired girl dives into action, causing chaos and confusion. Shots are fired, and there's a cry to watch out. The unexpected appearance of the girl disrupts the planned sequence of events. The silver-haired girl cleverly maneuvers herself with agility, effectively avoiding danger. Her quick reflexes and awareness manage to neutralize the immediate threat, showcasing her ability to handle precarious situations with precision. Amidst the aftermath, the girl realizes her actions were initiated on instinct. With wide eyes, she reflects on how she reacted to the scenario before her consciousness fully processed the events. Her nimble movements leave a lasting impression. The girl assures she's unharmed, responding to concern about her well-being. She inwardly questions why she wasn't more composed, while the man beside her displays relief. Her presence in this tense moment offers a complexity of emotions as she contemplates the man's concern. The man reflects on his unexpected reaction, pondering why he panicked despite knowing the girl was safe due to her ring phone. He processes his emotions, attempting to rationalize the anxiety he felt in the moment. The girl, back on her feet, dismisses the incident as an accident. She acknowledges that her body moved faster than her mind in response to the threat. Despite trying to maintain composure, the close call leaves her unsettled. Internally, the girl struggles with feelings of jealousy, reminding herself about her own protector. Her frustration grows as she battles these unexpected emotions, striving to remain grounded in the situation's reality. The girl, wrestling with impatience, wishes for the timely arrival of someone important. As one person's image fades from her anticipation, another's presence starts to take over her thoughts, hinting at a personal conflict within. The girl enjoys her first Christmas with a child named Jingxiu who asks if she is happy. She confirms she is content with the holiday, although acknowledging an absence that might have made the moment even more fulfilling. Jingxiu asks about flying a spaceship, revealing an excitement for future adventures. Despite this joyous talk, the girl silently longs for Moina's presence. The child's enthusiasm is a reminder of the experiences yet to come. A light-hearted exchange happens with Jingxiu asking if they will learn to fly a spaceship. The man promises to teach, while pointing out a need to discuss something else with the girl's consent. The conversation adds a personal dimension to their plans. The man suggests acquiring protective equipment for the girl to ensure her safety, prompting her curiosity about the possibility of such devices. His reassurance hints at a caring intention behind the gesture. Affirming the existence of protective devices, the man reflects on past events, strategizing improvements for future scenarios. His introspection reveals a proactive nature, driven by an aim to protect those around him. The girl queries the necessity of such protection, pondering the implications. The man's explanation about guarding against surprises showcases his willingness to protect even against unforeseen threats. She mulls over the thought of receiving such protection, seemingly amused by the concept. Even as the dialogue continues, the anticipation of what follows grows stronger, enhancing the bond forming between them. The discussion about ring phones delves into their capabilities, like sensing danger and stopping bullets. The girl finds this fascinating but wonders why they resemble wedding rings, hinting at the symbolism she perceives. The man offers to help her with the ring, but she insists on doing it herself. This exchange carries a mix of practicality and personal boundary, illustrating their dynamic interaction. The girl notices a particular expression in the man's eyes, which catches her off guard. This moment has her questioning the silent communication between them, adding depth to their connection. The man compliments how the ring suits her, sparking thoughts about ceremonial traditions. The comparison adds a layer of warmth and sentiment to the otherwise pragmatic gesture. Suddenly, the girl is baffled when asked to put a ring on the man. She interprets this as an unexpected proposal, questioning the nature of their current interaction and its implications. The man directs her to place the ring on herself, preventing any misunderstanding. His straightforward approach realigns the situation's context away from any misinterpretation. Wanting to gather her thoughts, the girl hastily excuses herself to the ladies' room. Her swift departure reflects the whirlwind of emotions stirred by the earlier events, indicating much is left to process. In a quiet moment, a character reflects on living in the same house as someone they deeply miss. They express a sense of longing, realizing they can only look through a photo album to remember her, unable to hold her in their arms. A cheerful man feels lucky he has a wife to warm his bed as another man tries to stop him urgently. A phone rings, prompting a bespectacled man to note the call from an unfamiliar number. He questions a younger man about what's happening at the house, implying curiosity and surprise. A young boy declares he's really hungry and hasn't eaten yet. The man with him invites the boy to join him for some food he brought from the capital. The boy comments on the two of them drinking together, joking it might be seen as odd. He then excuses himself to sleep. The bespectacled man steps inside, commenting on the smell of cooking. He calls for someone to come downstairs quickly, holding a meal package. Observing something amiss, the man notices someone on the stairs and questions why there's a woman in the house, appearing surprised by her presence. The dark-haired man identifies the woman as his daughter-in-law, implying the situation just got complicated. He reflects on how her identity further complicates matters. The narrative shifts to a past wedding, where vows were exchanged. A man tears a paper, recalling how unforeseen events turned lives upside down. Despite appearances, underlying turmoil continues to influence relationships. Two men are introduced to each other with handshakes, signifying important introductions. There seems to be a significant event connecting the three involved individuals, setting the stage for future interactions. The dark-haired man rushes down the stairs carrying the young boy. He seems determined, with a sense of urgency driving his actions, appearing focused on an important task. Outside, a spaceship rumbles, causing a reaction among the characters questioning how this situation occurred and expressing disbelief at the occurrence. The mood lightens as the dark-haired man plays with the young boy. Meanwhile, the woman and another man stand together, preparing to move forward despite the odd situation. A spaceship sails smoothly above a gorgeous view, indicating a transition and the suggestion of a strategy in motion. The narrative hints at broader and deeper secrets awaiting discovery. The dark-haired man muses about the woman's ability to pilot a spaceship without prior knowledge, believing she possesses an innate skill set that has always been present. He reflects on the possibility that her memories of them are preserved subconsciously. His thoughts are interrupted when he observes the successful landing, expressing excitement over the achievement. The woman exclaims about the successful spaceship landing, radiating confidence. Meanwhile, he contemplates ways to help her retrieve lost memories, wanting to rekindle connections. The man inquires if the woman knows why she's adept at flying a spaceship. She responds with confusion, seeming not to fully grasp what he implies. He takes a moment to emphasize his extensive knowledge and understanding of spaceships, trying to share how it all connects back to her latent abilities. Reinforcing their bond, he assures her there's more within her subconscious than she realizes, attributing her skills to deeper connections that persist despite circumstances. The dark-haired man, identified as Mr. M.O., tries to assert a claim over her, but she insists she loves someone else, urging him to let go. She further questions her potential relationship to a child, feeling confused and uncertain. In a light-hearted twist, Mr. M.O. suggests conducting a maternity test to settle questions about the child's parentage, presenting it as a conclusive answer. He frames it as an opportunity, creating a humorous tension between them. A conversation occurs over the phone between a boy and a girl. They discuss Yixin, Qi Li Shuang's friend, and ponder why a certain person likes pestering him. As she walks, the girl resolves not to speak of Qi Li Shuang anymore, indicating annoyance and curiosity in their tone. Noah Park firmly expresses that softness is not suitable when dealing with her brother's love rivals. She physically restrains a boy to emphasize her point, indicating frustration and determination in her demeanor. The boy, Muel, believes that Ine's love rivals should be dealt with decisively to protect Ine's reputation. He asserts that Qi Li Shuang deserves what happens for coveting their sister-in-law, indicating resolve and protectiveness. The girl is surprised by the plan to confront Qi Li Shuang. While a young man assures her not to worry, another reflects that they should be cautious of Qi Li Shuang. They're seated at a table, pondering Ine's unforeseen reactions. The man sipping wine questions another at the table, wondering if he just came to observe his sister or to achieve another goal. The man is calm but deepens the suspicion by asking if he fell for another mundane job. Holding a glass, Kyle Leonard jokes about being willing to start a new relationship by working as a third-rate journalist. His confidence is met with disbelief, suggesting humor and a playful challenge between them. During dinner, a young boy requests Kyle Leonard to come upstairs for acupuncture treatment. Polite and attentive, Kyle notes that this invitation is part of the evening's commitments. Curiosity surfaces at the idea of letting a woman perform acupuncture late at night. Kyle reflects that, with doctors, their methods are non-negotiable, implying trust and pragmatism in his choice to comply. She insists on consulting Mr. M.O. before leaving, unsure of how late things have become. Meanwhile, a man hopes the misunderstanding doesn't ruin their evening, indicating a potential imbalance in social dynamics. A peaceful moment unfolds as the girl checks her phone while another man sleeps soundly nearby. The mood suggests a serene yet cautious atmosphere as she silently observes him. Discussing acupuncture's unique timing, Kyle explains its hypnotic effects, suitable for afternoons or pre-sleep. Amidst this realization, the girl worries about leaving Mr. M.O. alone in case he becomes agitated. After Mo's requests, the woman calmly tells Kyle that Mr. M.O. shouldn't be disturbed post-sleep. Respecting this boundary, Kyle obligingly follows her outside, balancing authority and compliance. Following outside, the girl leaves Mr. M.O. to rest. She contemplates the evening's events, exuding a sense of duty coupled with underlying anxiety as they part ways. Observing their interaction, the child asks about remaining presence, echoing childlike innocence. Kyle reassures him, suggesting their upcoming placement, weaving a moment of familial affection. As a parting gesture, Kyle hands a small gift to the woman. She initially refuses out of politeness, but upon his insistence, she graciously accepts, fostering a warm, appreciative exchange. At the doorway, Kyle comments on the evolving relationship dynamics. His observant nature hints at deeper connections forming beyond professional engagement, suggesting growth and mutual respect. The woman, still pondering, reflects internally about unseen developments. Despite her determined skepticism, she considers possibilities, hinting at openness to change. From a high vantage, the woman confronts Kyle on the staircase, questioning if he had saved someone significant. His puzzled response signals intrigue, opening avenues for future interest. Dismissing her query, Kyle downplays relevance, suggesting her relationship to Ine lacks importance. His detached demeanor speaks to strategic discretion and focus on matters at hand. With curiosity, Kyle acknowledges the woman's mysterious presence on Christmas Eve. His introspection echoes unresolved curiosity and the peculiar nature of their encounter. Handing over goods, Kyle instructs her to warm them up, showcasing practical intentions. His brief yet expectant communication reflects a straightforward, task-oriented approach. Kyle extends a thanks, concluding the exchange while reinforcing a courteous acknowledgement. He shows practicality and gratitude within their interactions. Balancing on stairs, she accepts the goods with a hesitant assent, reflecting adaptability amidst her uncertainty. The shared task underscores cooperative interaction amid unfamiliar scenarios. Embraced by a familiar child, Kyle warmly receives affection, exuding comfort. Their joyful connection highlights family bonds, spanning emotion and appreciation. Standing alone in the kitchen, the woman reflects quietly, contemplating the evening's complexity. Her nuanced presence infuses an atmosphere of introspection and reflection. Approaching, a man requests she rests while he handles matters, describing someone as merely a friend. Despite her concern, he reassures with pragmatic simplicity. She lingers on observations of unfamiliar comfort. Faced with stirring feelings, he acknowledges her presence, weaving a bond amidst their conversation and shifting perceptions. Whispering, he admits to a secret under consideration, involving business strategies. Her surprised reaction signals an unanticipated turn, blending humor and subtlety. Disbelieving, she claims surprise at his remarked seriousness. Confusion abounds as he humorously invites verification, highlighting their dynamic blend of skepticism and jest. A character is deeply determined, thinking that if her daughter can't have a certain person, no one else will. A group of people is on high alert as a man makes a dramatic entrance. They are ordered to grab him as he rushes toward them. The woman is firm with her plans and observes a ring, solidifying her resolve to marry him. Her thoughts reveal disdain for Si Minging. Another man reminds her of a nearby security guard who can assist if needed. A man rushes toward the woman, bewildered as he wonders who she is. He comments on her dramatic entrance and grovels slightly as he approaches. The man, flustered, denies his involvement in a situation, blaming Si Mingjing instead. His nervousness is amplified as he struggles to absolve himself. A young man points out that the grandma is the one who owes money. She appears confused and questions his statement, while the blue-haired woman urges not to be blamed in the midst of panic. The blue-haired woman confidently states that she remains in the Yi family residence nightly and doesn't go out. Her poise suggests she's firm in her position. A heated gathering suggests tensions as rumors fly. A character accuses the blue-haired woman of actively seducing wealthy men while deflecting accusations from herself. Conversations hint at social intrigue, noting that Si Mingjing has a strong influence over Moinya. They comment on Mrs. Song's different social status, yet both attract attention from men. Tensions escalate as a man accuses others of spreading lies and demands security escort someone out, indicating rising conflicts. A man defends his stance, claiming he can provide proof. The situation escalates as a confrontation seems imminent. He shows a photo as evidence, explaining unpaid debts and false promises of being treated like a son. His accusations shock those around. A close-up depicts a character in shock, deeply affected by what was revealed, leaving the atmosphere tense. At a new setting, someone is being woken up as a routine starts anew. This moment transitions into a different environment. A character is surprised by their apparent fame as they lie in bed. They question the situation, indicating unexpected attention. A news broadcast highlights Si Mingjing's groundbreaking work in medical advancements. A grateful patient credits her for a miraculous recovery, increasing her reputation. A phone call from Song Tingfei appears on screen, signaling an important upcoming conversation. Si Mingjing answers the call with curiosity about an appointment with the Song group. She receives a hint that something significant awaits her. Agreeing to meet, she reflects on what her father has planned. There's anticipation as she prepares to find out more. The imposing Song group building stands tall, setting the scene for the forthcoming events. A guide informs Si Mingjing about the significance of her visit, mentioning a signing ceremony. He implies her involvement with recent discoveries impacts the group's future. He hands Si Mingjing a prepared speech for the event, advising her to follow it on stage, implying planned intentions. Si Mingjing begins reading the speech but is caught off guard by its content, suggesting a change of plans she wasn't aware of. The document contains details delegating responsibilities about the cancer formula to her father, causing her to question her role in the matter. She becomes aware of potential manipulation, contemplating her father's motives while remaining resolute. As Si Mingjing enters the event, the atmosphere is filled with anticipation. She heads towards her designated spot among the gathering crowd. Struggling to enter, a man demands access while Si Mingjing navigates the bustling scene, indicating rising drama. The man, now inside, accuses a woman of unfair treatment at a ceremony, stirring whispers among the attendees. The crowd reacts to the man's claims, speculating about his accusations. Si Mingjing listens, amidst murmurs about wealth and deception. In the midst of pressing demands, the man pleads for understanding, aiming to expose the truth about a woman's deceitful actions. In possession of photos, a character accuses someone of betrayal, pointing to evidence and fuel for the brewing conflict. Mrs. Song processes this information, growing more visibly incensed. Her thoughts reveal brewing plans of her own, intensifying the narrative. A man is frustrated, mentioning an inheritance contract prepared a long time ago. He insists on getting it delivered immediately, accusing the woman of trying to pocket it. The woman grabs the man's arm, attempting to clarify a misunderstanding with the word dad. He emphasizes the importance of resolving conflicts now to ensure a healthy relationship, agreeing to her reasoning. She reassures him that there won't be a problem and that she'll receive her mom's legacy. They decide to sign the contract. She inquires about the content of the document. He explains it's a contract appointing her as a proxy manager for a cancer formula. He confidently promises fame if she hands over the management rights while reminiscing about her birth in Astrocell. Agreeing to his suggestion, she plans to sign both contracts when Mr. Su brings over the inheritance document. He expresses willingness to wait but emphasizes that reporters can't. He proposes signing the contract first and proceeding with the interview. A man energetically enters, announcing the arrival of the necessary contract, catching everyone's attention. Smiling, the man hands over the contract. He inquires if they're joking, asking about the report Mr. Song requested earlier. She thanks young Master Su with a hint of satisfaction, mentally noting her quick preparations upon understanding Song's intentions. Reflecting on her foresight, she reveals she discreetly contacted third young Master Su, instructing him to bring the contract. Third young Master Su presents the inheritance document, asking Mr. Song to inspect it, offering to clarify any uncertainties. She urges her father to hurry, reminding him reporters are waiting and they should sign the contracts quickly. Asking a man to witness the contract signing, she hands it over. The man is surprised, realizing the implications if she signs. He warns that she'll only receive 10% of the profits and urges careful consideration before proceeding. Expressing disbelief at her resolution, the observer remarks on the effort required while she insists on stopping the signing. Outside, reporters clamor for photos capturing the spectacle of the wealthy woman despite her pleading. Meanwhile, Song claims arrangements have been made for a school for his daughter, attempting to shift the media's narrative. The daughter asserts that inheriting her mom's legacy makes other contracts irrelevant and requests young Master Su's non-involvement. He vehemently agrees, emphasizing familial bonds. His inner thoughts reveal a carefully woven plan to benefit himself. Acknowledging her concerns, he plans to double profits, urging her to consider the broader impact. She consents, later laughing about the predictable reaction. She's confident in navigating the scenario ahead. Despite the man's insistence, she declines the interview, feeling betrayed by her grandmother's actions. Song dismisses the grandmother's interference, suggesting she benefits from the interview's fame opportunity. She's dismissive of the fame, reminding him she's already a renowned doctor, seeing no need for further publicity. Song insists they capitalize on the commercial value of the formula, urging her to present at a conference. She questions the timing, facing off with him for answers on her legacy and seeking clarity. She mentions ownership of Song Group shares and knowing about them through Mr. Su while reflecting on her delayed inheritance. Frustrated by the negotiations' lack of progress, he decides to leave, acknowledging the stalemate. He relents, promising to draft the inheritance contract through a lawyer, seemingly acquiescing to her demands. He assures her the legacy will be hers soon, but internally resolves not to let her leave easily. She blocks his attempt to stall, assertively questioning his intentions, focusing on asserting her position. A man confidently tells another that his sister-in-law loves him, causing surprise. He then reflects that after the paternity test, she doesn't want to see him anymore. A scene shows a cityscape where a person accuses another of being the reason they weren't dumped. There's a mention of feeling pampered despite the other person's violent tendencies. A conversation occurs where one person is grateful for another's decisive actions. The other person notes that things could have been problematic if they hadn't dealt with the situation promptly. A man requests to be updated and plans to settle personal matters before attending someone's wedding banquet. There's a memory of happier days with laughter amidst the mention of his sister. A woman looks at her phone and is surprised by how quickly something happened. A child protests after their hair is pulled by someone they call Papa, who then urges them to finish their homework. The child refuses to comply immediately. The child sulks after being scolded and marches off. Another person apologizes for the child's behavior and questions whether it was acceptable. A person asks for patience with their brother, explaining that he becomes irrational under the belief that everyone loves him. Another interrupts, angrily directing someone to go stand in a corner. According to a message, instructions have been completed and the results are en route. If things go as planned, they will be quite favorable. A man calmly finishes setting up a cassette. Observing a message that reads, "Not me well," a person seems puzzled. Meanwhile, someone else wonders about the situation, suspecting it stems from an earlier assumption. Someone reassures another not to be upset as they watch them, having previously suspected something different about the situation. Another person humorously speculates whether they're visiting the right site. While a man enjoys an interview and seemingly withstands the pool's ambience, another person with a mermaid tail wonders why he's in a good mood. Seeing an online video of a woman, people excitedly question her relationship status, eager to know if she's in love. This stirs attention among several onlookers. At a press event, a woman clarifies that there's no romantic connection between herself and Mo Inha. She's only his doctor and provider of lodging. She assures everyone of the platonic nature of their interactions. Addressing her own relationship status, she declares her past with a childhood sweetheart who's prone to jealousy, hoping it discourages others from pairing her with Mr. Mo. She expresses a desire for no jealousy while Mr. Mo reflects in a dark space, recalling past romantic moments and feeling like he's in a dramatic love story. Press inquiries about her childhood sweetheart continue, though she remains nonspecific, apologizing for the lack of disclosure. Observers question why she hasn't mentioned Mo Inha. Lounging near the pool, a person admits to enjoying leisure while noting that the peaceful atmosphere aligns with their desire to unwind. Recalling growing up together, a nostalgic figure insists that no one else fits the title of her childhood sweetheart, experiencing joy from a shared past. Imaginatively, someone becomes excited recalling that although she forgot, she still subconsciously remembers him as her sweetheart, believing it must be him. The mermaid-tailed individual is curious why the other seems happy, leading to a questioning reaction from the involved person. A character named Mo Inha is engaged in a conversation with a small creature that has horns. Mo Inha reminds the creature it's not human, so its test results aren't accurate. The small creature retorts, accusing Mo Inha of being the one who isn't human. The creature admits it's aware it's not human, Mo Inha, with a playful demeanor, asks the creature if it acknowledges the situation. Mo Inha sits on a sofa holding the creature, which is asserting its desire not to be touched. The creature warns Mo Inha not to make it bite him. Mo Inha laughs, finding the creature's actions ticklish. Despite the creature asking him to stop, he continues to find amusement in its reactions. Mo Inha suggests heading to the bedroom, an idea that seems to catch the creature by surprise. Mo Inha questions why the creature has become suddenly obedient. The creature admits it can't escape unless Mo Inha allows it, provoking a response of intrigue from him. Mo Inha, holding the creature, walks through a room. An internal thought reveals the creature suspects Mo Inha of safeguarding things in his room. The small creature reveals it hid a set of needles in Mo Inha's room for a potential opportunity. Addressing the creature as baby, Mo Inha inquires if it hid anything in the room, catching the creature's attention. A woman advises Mr. Mo to face reality, indicating she isn't Bai's mother and telling him it's time to wake up. The woman informs Mo Inha that it's late and plans to go to bed, suggesting it's time to rest. The woman seems startled, questioning what's happening, although no specifics are mentioned. Suddenly, the small creature seems affected by a mysterious light or feeling, reacting with a surprised expression. Two new characters, Muel and Noah Park, enter the scene, wondering what transpired, focusing on the creature and Mo Inha as the source. Mo Inha, still holding the creature, appears worried or confused by the unfolding situation, while Muel and Noah observe with interest. Mo Inha questions Mo Inha, asking if he poisoned him again. In reassurance, Mo Inha clarifies that he didn't poison the creature. In irritation, the creature lashes out with its tail. Another character notes the creature's aggressive behavior is typical of its feisty nature when dealing with Mo Inha. Mo Inha explains the dessert only revealed the creature's true form and wasn't harmful. He questions why the creature falls for such tricks, noting it finds them tasty. The interaction continues with Mo Inha enjoying the creature's antics. Meanwhile, Muel and Noah Park observe, commenting on Mo Inha's affectionate behavior towards the creature. Mo Inha praises his sister, raising a point about ignoring the maternity test results, implying family dynamics or relations are at play. A young man suggests sleeping on a matter, prompting a small creature to question if he hasn't slept with a woman in centuries. The creature recaps that it has been 1801 days and 8 hours since they last met and then tells him to go away. A pencil is thrown down with a thud, and someone says they don't want to argue. The young man and a blue creature engage in a conversation about someone's private plane landing on an estate, and the creature follows him down the stairs. The man appears surprised, asking what's going on. The creature accuses someone of pestering it again, hinting the man should keep the creature in his room. A couple stops someone and asks what's going on, questioning if a person named Inha is present. Inha is asleep and another person seems concerned. Someone demands to wake Inha up and suddenly realizes they can smell a specific scent, causing curiosity. A scene shows beautiful flowers and nighttime, but the focus is on the mysterious blue creature who is in the room. The man accuses the creature of hiding something in his room and calls it a rascal. The creature admits the man is cunning and mentions being cautious around him. A person is shown resting, affected by some mysterious force. The resting person reacts to something approaching, while the man observes appearing involved in some magical activities. The woman comments with sarcasm about people being captivated by the power of karma lights and tells the man to let the creature stay in his room until he calms down. The scene shifts abruptly as two people rush and question why something is happening in the room. A door is flung open as someone demands the presence of Mo Inha. The room appears empty, leading to a question about manners aimed at Chu Liushang. Inha tells someone to return to Mo, suggesting tension. The blue creature stands silently watching. A close-up shows hands tightly grasping something, leading to an expression of indignation about shamelessness. A comical scene shows Inha with an intense aura being advised not to cause international tensions by assassinating another character. The man denies hiding anything while the creature remains perched on a dresser, seeming adamant. The man calls the creature stubborn, but it defiantly demands that he stay away. A dramatic depiction of the creature's defiance as it insists on maintaining distance from the man. The creature challenges the man to dare take another step closer, standing on a table. The man questions why the creature dislikes him so much, leading to an accusation about being forced into unwanted things. The creature, full of emotion, questions why anyone would become a substitute, feeling slighted. There's a confrontation where the creature mentions not being consistent and experiences disbelief at what it heard. The man questions the creature about never seeing someone in person and being unfamiliar with what they look like. Flashbacks or memories faintly illuminate, suggesting the man might be the one long sought after by the blue creature. The creature ponders whether the person in front of them could be who they have been thinking about all along, filled with uncertainty. Overcome by emotion, the creature denies a suggestion from the man, insisting it's a trick, while emphasizing innocence. The man accuses the creature of lying, showing disbelief and determination. A tense moment unfolds as the man and the creature, Ming-ing, hold each other's gaze, unable to convince one another about the truth. A woman questions a man, accusing him of trying to poison her again. He tells her to stop imagining the worst and just eat the meal. She warns him that this is his last chance, as it's 3 strikes and he's out. The man is surprised by the woman's cooking skills and confesses that it tastes really good. He reveals he learned to make noodles because she used to love eating them. The woman asks the man how he's feeling since it's been half a month since they started treatment. He complains about feeling hot and having a burning sensation inside, even joking about feeling tortured enough to want to kill someone. She remarks that's not supposed to happen. After checking his pulse, she notes it's steady, indicating his condition is improving. However, he shouldn't be feeling this way, so she inquires how long the symptoms have persisted. He responds it's been about an hour. The woman expresses concern, feeling like something's wrong as she senses a fever coming on, which wasn't supposed to happen. He insists he's finding it hard to deal with the heat, which seems unusual. She stresses that he needs to be serious because joking during an assessment could lead to misdiagnosis. He pretends to be joking initially but acknowledges the seriousness of the situation. The woman questions his actions, mentioning that he has always been diligent, working without breaks even when sick. He reassures her, enjoying her presence and feeling different lately, hinting it's related to their interaction. She seems puzzled by his words, asking for clarification. As he lightly touches her face, he wonderingly questions if her fever is acting up again. This moment appears intimate and curious. The woman is seen in the kitchen, proclaiming to someone, referred to as third brother, that they'll handle the publication of a research paper. The third brother, on the phone, protests, saying she wrote the paper. He questions why she insists on using the Zhang name for its publication in a medical journal. She explains the treatment was pioneered by her master, Zhang Mimi. She instructs him to submit the paper to prestigious journals worldwide and dismisses authorization since the work isn't his. Understanding her directions, he responds affirmatively, seemingly nervous. He joyfully anticipates Song Tingfei's reaction upon realizing he won't be able to hoard the wealth that comes from the research, expressing mischievous delight. The woman bids goodbye, suggesting she's leaving for somewhere. The man silently watches her, without responding. The man approaches her, asking where she's going. She hesitates, acknowledging the importance of being present, feeling uncertain about not being around. The woman laughs it off, realizing it wasn't a big deal, and tells him to leave the room temporarily. She plans to start the treatment once she finishes eating. Annoyed, he comments that her noodles are soggy since she was so absorbed in her conversation with another guy. He questions if the food is still edible. She clarifies she was talking to her third brother and mocks the idea of his grandfather wanting the brother to marry her, indicating displeasure. The man, offering to make another bowl of noodles, notices they might not taste good. The woman questions his intent, seemingly surprised. Astounded, she exclaims in disbelief that the mighty king of a nation knows how to cook, showcasing her shock. She observes the delicious-looking dish he prepared, initially enchanted but quickly shifting to surprise, pondering the situation as something noteworthy catches her attention. An older woman confronts her daughter, frustrated that their plans have failed. She accuses her daughter of causing more problems by pushing Tengfei into giving Mingjing her mother's legacy, suggesting that everything is now worse. The daughter seems pleased as she gestures towards her mother, asserting that the money Mingjing took should have belonged to her own daughter. She mocks Tianlan for underestimating Mingjing, commenting on how their plans have failed. The older woman, filled with anger, demands to know what their next steps should be, insisting she must avenge Tianlan. She declares her intention to ensure Mingjing faces eternal damnation. The daughter, speaking softly to the older woman, assures her that achieving revenge is simple. She implies there is an easy solution to their problem. A woman on the phone informs Ms. C that she is too far from the others. She warns Ms. C to be cautious as she can't hear the plotting but advises staying alert to avoid being caught in their trap. Ms. C confidently states she knows what to do and instructs the other person to keep an eye on them. She reflects on how Xu Miao and Lang need to protect Ming Jing and herself. Ms. C expresses her determination to clear her mother's name and confront the wrongdoers. She acknowledges the challenges ahead, yet remains committed to her goal, wondering if she can rely on Mo Inya. Mo Inya rests with Ms. C, who suddenly wakes up, surprised. A brief interaction ensues, with Mo Inya commenting on how her reflexes are slower than expected. After playfully interacting, Ms. C jabs Mo Inya, who dramatically reacts, claiming he has been poisoned. Lying on the couch, he humorously announces this as his first poisoning in 26 years. Ms. C, poised and serious, warns Mo Inya not to cross the line. She questions if he considers her a pushover, indicating she's not to be underestimated. Annoyed and frustrated, Ms. C decides to leave, exclaiming the place is unbearable and declaring she's done dealing with Mo Inya's ailment. Mo Inya pleads with Ms. C not to leave, promising that similar incidents won't occur again. He earnestly asks her to stay with him, showing vulnerability. The scene lightens as Mo Inya humorously inquires about the poison Ms. C used, laughing it off as she reassures him it only causes temporary paralysis. Ms. C contemplates her next steps, deciding it's time to leave and promising to handle things her way. She grants Mo Inya time and distance, reflecting on their relationship. Lying in bed, Ms. C lets out a sigh, implying she's deep in thought, possibly about recent conversations and decisions. Ms. C acknowledges her initial task is complete but ponders Mo Inya's persistent behavior. This leaves her uncertain about his true nature. She questions why Mo Inya didn't intervene sooner, suspecting that he has many unexplained actions. Uncertainty clouds her thoughts as she considers his true intentions. The older woman, distressed, screams about her unsuccessful attempts to protect their reputation. She blames everyone for conspiring against her, feeling besieged. Another character attempts to calm the situation, urging rationality. The older woman seethes with resentment, cursing Ming Jing and drawing negative comparisons to her mother. The older woman reflects bitterly on never having seized control after Tungfei married Si Yao. She laments being at a disadvantage and not utilizing her role effectively. Her daughter tries to reason with her, reminding her that regardless of past grievances, Ming Jing remains her granddaughter. She implores her mother to stop harboring such animosity. A character asks a worried woman if she or any of her family members have committed any sinful deeds in the past. The women nervously deny having done anything like that. A serene old monk expresses his inability to help further as the characters refuse to tell him the truth. He asks them to leave the temple. The characters discuss the suspicious death of Liang Sumo and express doubt about the monk's honesty, suggesting that monks might deceive people for money, given the superstition beliefs still lingering in 2025. One character advises the other not to scare themselves and suggests finding a fortune teller for more insight, planning to do so through social media. A woman laughs, saying that the master is easily bribed as he asks her to pay 5,000 yuan by scanning a code. She questions his loyalty once she leaves. The monk assures her that he would never betray her. He mentions a threat from a powerful person who insisted that he comply with the woman's request to avoid the temple's destruction. The monk admits that he cannot afford to offend the powerful individual, showing his hesitation. He speaks of the woman's destiny as a dragon and her adherence to the will of heaven. There is a sensation that the monk recognizes her significant purpose. A young man expresses disbelief at the success of persuading Master Hui Xian, addressing a woman named Inha over the phone. The young man, pleased, remarks that Ms. C thinks she successfully enlisted the master's help for a mere 5,000 yuan. He decides to reveal the truth later. Another person informs that he doesn't seek gratitude, he simply wanted to help her, reflecting his genuine intention. A sudden scream echoes in a room decorated with a Buddhist statue and burning incense, creating a sense of surprise and mystery. The two women from earlier are spooked, wondering about the unexpected situation. Meanwhile, a peaceful scene unfolds outside where a conversation arises between the young man and Inha. Inha confirms the availability of a tea house and talks about Master Huixian, highlighting his reputation and the trust the elites place in his predictions. The young man shares how the monk receives generous annual donations from his grandmother, enough to fund luxurious purchases. He wonders if the monk is easily bribed, noting his high standing. Inha reflects on the improbability of true honesty, advising that winning over the master's keeper would be more effective to gain influence. Inha warns the young man not to mention her brother, which triggers a comic reaction. She is visibly frustrated, hinting at past issues involving her brother. An envelope lies in the temple, sealed with an intriguing mark suggesting an important message or call to action. The monk warns that continuing on this path could lead to irreversible consequences, provoking alarm from the listeners. He reluctantly reveals that an evil spirit in their home is causing disruption, which they can only resolve by banishing it, leaving the listeners shocked and worried. The women react with disbelief at the mention of an evil spirit. One grumbles about having to be blamed while they pick up a fallen object from the ground, hinting at underlying tension. A woman appears concerned as she wonders about needing more courage to take a step beyond her current situation. She reflects on her lack of confidence while looking out at the cityscape. In a dim parking garage, a woman adjusts her glasses, contemplating a situation. Inside a car, a man offers reassurance, telling her things will work out. The car is filled with determination. A cheerful woman ruffles a boy's hair, advising him not to be upset and questioning how a strong guy could be mad at a woman. The boy seems frustrated but listens. The woman questions if the boy's father taught him to behave in a certain manner. The boy, defending himself, insists that it's about a man choosing his own actions and apologies. The woman carrying the boy reassures him about attending an event together. The boy is thrilled, holding a card eagerly while the woman remains contemplative, thinking about future plans. The boy declares he doesn't need his mom since his amazing future wife will be there. He becomes distressed, pleading with the woman, worried about what he's told his friends. The woman proposes to accompany the boy with Uncle Shin, asking him to convince his father to not join the event. She gently negotiates with the child to reach an agreement. Confidently, the boy reveals a plan to keep his father uninterested in attending, deciding simply not to disclose anything, relishing his small secret. At a grand entrance, the boy excitedly obtains approval for his plan from an older man. Assured of secrecy, the boy bounces away happily, vowing silence. As the boy departs joyfully, the older man secretly starts texting someone, holding his phone discreetly behind his back, hinting at undisclosed plans. A family stands by a car, with the son expressing concern about inviting specific guests. The woman's mother reassures him, confident that everything will proceed smoothly with their family's presence. A couple discusses anxieties regarding another person, wondering aloud what could be causing distress. Across the table, a woman calmly enjoys the surroundings, aware of the tension. The setting shifts to a garden gathering as a mysterious woman observes from afar. A group engages in potential confrontation, with guests expressing disbelief and inquiries about specific actions. The mysterious woman, intrigued by the unfolding events, prepares to intervene. She openly considers the bait taken and reflects on prior incidents as calculated distractions. An unexpected comment is made regarding a mother's daughter, provoking shock. The mysterious woman offers condolences with cryptic implications, implying a recent loss. Alarmed, the mother questions how the mysterious woman knows about her daughter's condition. The woman cryptically warns about an evil spirit's harmful intentions toward the daughter. The mysterious woman claims a spirit is attempting to drag the daughter to hell, expressing pity for the situation. The mother, alarmed, demands clarification on why this is happening. The mysterious woman withholds specific details about the spirit due to cosmic secrets, but warns of impending family misfortune if unresolved. Desperate, the mother offers to pay for relief from the threat. Handling money, the mysterious woman agrees to the mother's plea for help. As she departs, the family stands deeply concerned, pondering the price of peace against looming uncertainty. The mysterious woman, now in deep contemplation, dares the spirit to confront her, showing no fear. Observers are left bewildered by the boldness of her confrontation with the unseen. The scene opens with a young girl accusing someone fiercely, calling her a bad woman. The girl expresses her anger by declaring her hatred and getting ready to throw something, saying she hates the person in front of her. A shocked woman stands in the dark, holding a child who looks equally surprised by something unexpected. the woman suddenly becomes aware of an unusual smell that catches her attention. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the woman exclaims that what she is seeing isn't just water, indicating something more alarming. Two individuals, Fong Jing and another woman, discuss a scheme involving a water gun. The woman admits to suggesting the switch, intending harm. A memory or story unfolds about Tian Tian and Lu Nan, highlighting how the latter often sprays water, causing frequent discomfort. Encouraged to proceed with confidence, a character commands the young girl to go for it while she prepares to use her water gun. Suddenly, a man appears and shields the young woman and child from harm, demonstrating a protective stance. The man intervenes firmly, slapping the water gun away from the young girl and questioning her actions. Seated and still holding the child, the young woman urgently informs others that there's something wrong with the water gun, stressing the danger. A different man sits nearby, reassuring her that she was right, and the child gleefully exclaims, "Papa," recognizing the man. Despite the recent chaos, a cheerful "Happy New Year" banner flies over the building as people try to continue their celebrations. The woman notices something strange, pointing out that someone is staring at them, hinting at an underlying tension. She approaches another group, commenting on the grandmother's appearance and offering medicine to help her sleep, which sounds friendly yet subtle. The elderly woman, however, internally doubts the younger woman's intentions, suspecting she might be trying to poison her. A man inquires about Mr. Mo's absence and stresses the importance of ensuring Mr. Mo's well-being, emphasizing family honor. The woman curiously asks about someone referred to as Mr. Liu, prompting the man to clarify his identity. Mr. Liu is introduced as the president's son, bringing along his family, including the curious child, Lu Nan, to the scene. Observing the Liu family, the man explains their diminishing influence but notes a significant person's continued interest, perhaps forecasting changes. The child happily approaches with gifts, including a special one for her Baba, reinforcing the familial bonds. Yet, the girl insists on giving a gift to only one person, while the boy refuses this exclusivity, wanting shared affection. The girl feels hurt by the rejection, declaring she doesn't want to play anymore, clearly upset by the turn of events. Trying to mend things, a small boy offers Jingjing a handmade gift, hoping she would appreciate the gesture. Delighted by the thoughtful present, Jingjing promises appreciation, asking for a kiss in return as a heartwarming end to the exchange. A woman asserts that a particular matter is her private affair and insists on handling it by herself. She mentions that if it were only about feeling wronged, she could handle it, but she desires something more. The woman expresses her determination to obtain evidence to prove that her mother was not a murderer. She continues to emphasize her resolve, wanting the world to know her mother wasn't a killer, which she believes is the only way her mother will find peace. Walking alongside, the man inquires about the woman's belief in someone's innocence. She admits that she has been aware of the situation for a long time. With a determined expression, the woman reveals that she has prepared numerous ways to deal with an issue, offering to explain them one by one. A boy approaches, informing them that the Liu family discovered Lu Nan's original water gun on her dorm room teacher's desk. As the woman listens, she recalls learning about the discovery made by the Liu family. A sense of urgency surrounds the scene as she thinks about the implications. Another man angrily questions why someone would touch a specific item, accusing them of potentially ruining a company's reputation. The man, defending someone, forcefully kicks the accuser, telling him to back off, causing the accuser to fall. A concerned woman asks why her son was kicked and checks if he is okay, clearly upset by the situation. She defensively argues that her son was merely scolding his own daughter for a mistake she made, expressing visible frustration. One man calmly instructs another to silence her if she continues speaking, indicating the seriousness of the situation. The other man acknowledges the order. The first man announces that everyone is present, signaling the beginning of a meeting or event as the woman stands behind him. During a meeting, a woman seated at the table appears visibly worried and hesitant as the conversation unfolds, drawing attention. Two people are shocked by the mention of sulfuric acid, asserting that although someone may be mischievous, they wouldn't fill a water gun with such a substance. The accused girl denies any knowledge of the situation, proclaiming her innocence, while others demand she stop lying and reveal why she did it. The woman accused of not orchestrating the event is questioned about her evidence. She begins to explain as the group listens intently. She describes how someone tampered with her belongings in her dorm room, emphasizing the unexpectedness of the situation. The woman explains her habit of applying a special wax to her purse, which she claims is not easy to remove once applied, using it for her own protection. In a gathering, she declares that anyone who touched her purse would have the wax on their hands, while others claim their hands are clean. A couple asserts their hands are clean as well, while the woman reveals that the wax is invisible even under light, adding mystery to the situation. She proposes a simple test involving a beam of light, designed to expose the presence of wax on individuals' hands by physical demonstration. A person is silently evaluated, and the results hint at an unexpected reveal, causing another individual to remain contemplative and attentive. A mother pleads for understanding regarding her daughter's actions, expressing relief that no one was injured yet showing concern over the matter. The woman further comments on the situation, considering it fortunate that there were no injuries, while reflecting on the possible serious consequences. Holding her daughter, the mother insists on discovering who orchestrated the troubling event, demanding accountability and resolution for what happened. The man expresses gratitude for previous support, catching the woman by surprise and prompting her to respond with curiosity. The woman dismisses the gratitude, explaining she was merely protecting her family, though she seems to be caught off guard by the man's reaction. A man acknowledges his awareness of a woman's plans, admitting he hasn't interfered because he believed she was capable of managing things on her own. Despite his confidence, the man expresses concern due to recent changes, hinting at the evolving dynamics of the situation that require careful attention. A woman stands assertively, declaring her intention to uncover the identity of a malicious person. She expresses her anger over someone using her daughter to cause harm to others. As the curtain opens, a man is startled, exclaiming it wasn't him. The woman, identified as Madame Song, demands an explanation, accusing him of touching her daughter's hand and acting nervously in front of the grandmother's portrait. A young woman asserts her identity as a granddaughter, querying why someone secretly placed pills in her purse. Another woman stands with Madame Song and the man, seemingly involved in the conversation. The young woman questions the intent behind the act, considering if it stems from inheriting her mother's legacy. The image suggests contemplation of the motives of people around her. She argues about her rightful inheritance, questioning why she can't take what's hers. She asserts that Ms. Wei and Louis Nan are innocent in this ordeal. Madame Song, accompanied by others, accuses a man of inciting people to harm her, calling him vicious. Someone doubts the accusation, suggesting a misunderstanding related to Louis Nan. Two women discuss the idea of a psychological trick. They mention everyone should put their hands in a solution. A young girl sitting with the young woman wonders about her situation, feeling concerned. Another woman vehemently denies any bullying behavior against Tian, contradicting previous claims. Her expression conveys surprise and determination. The little girl refutes loudly, accusing Nan of bullying her. She claims Nan sprays her with a water gun, feeling unsupported by others, and says her grandma encouraged her to seek revenge. The denying woman tries to silence the little girl, covering her mouth in an attempt to manage the situation while the young woman watches the interaction. Someone expresses feeling powerless, unable to act. Another character claims innocence under a solved case heading, pondering the manipulative nature of the situation. A woman stands quietly, feeling the weight of accusations or guilt. Contemplation or regret seems to envelop her as she reflects on her feelings. Disheartened, the older woman questions why she waits helplessly for her injustice to be avenged, feeling abandoned and betrayed by someone once considered trustworthy. The woman resists being escorted by security, vehemently refusing to accept the circumstances. Meanwhile, the young girl stands with the young woman and the accusing woman. Comforting her crying child, the woman feels relief that she avoided further complications. She reflects on not expecting such incidents from those close to her. The young woman admits misjudging the sincerity of people around her, feeling disappointment and betrayal. She insists she never wronged the other woman, conveying her innocence. Uncertain, she confesses her lack of understanding, ending in an unresolved query. The green-dressed woman's expression changes dramatically, possibly indicating an impending realization. In a room full of people, a conversation unfolds about psychological tactics used to reveal the guilty, a strategy reminiscent of TV drama plots. Innocent parties would step forward, showcasing their commands amidst deception. An older man declares the method may seem unconventional but trusts the process with skepticism. The two discussing resolve to give it a chance despite its seeming absurdity, considering it a reliable tactic. The young woman questions if anyone has heard the tale of the boy who cried wolf, sparking curiosity and leaving the listener slightly confused but intrigued. The young woman explains about coating her purse with a luminous wax that reacts with a special solution, adding a layer of intrigue to her investigative method. Using a well-known psychological strategy, she confidently states that innocent individuals will participate without hesitation, catching the guilty through their reluctance. A man announces the completion of the dipping process, ready to reveal the truth by closing the curtains, instructing everyone to raise their hands. As hands are raised, a specific person is revealed with a glowing hand, indicating guilt and shock among the onlookers. The scene denotes the anticipation of exposure. The man stands accused of guilt, his hand glowing ominously, while he appears startled and defensive, denying involvement. The accused man points towards someone else whose hands are also glowing green, encouraging disbelief among the participants. A suited individual calmly explains his hand's green glow, attributing it to examining the purse, dismissing the strange occurrence as merely circumstantial. Seated at a round table, participants process new evidence. An assertion is made that the purse indeed contains a luminous wax, aligning with the investigative claims. Accusations flare as the guilty man's panic escalates, demanding everyone look elsewhere. The young woman with a smile indicates her trap has effectively identified him. A female character shares a troubling story about another woman who pretended to be her mom and argued with Song Tengfei in the yard. She explains how this woman killed the neighbors and wrongly accused her own mother of the crime. Kyle Leonard points out an overlooked detail, revealing that the couple Cu killed was actually Fong Jing's biological parents, adding a critical layer to the story. A girl reacts with disbelief and shock upon hearing that the couple Cu killed were Fong Jing's biological parents, responding with a surprised exclamation. The girl, questioning Fong Jing's status, mentions his orphanhood. Kyle clarifies that despite being an orphan and linked to the Hua family, Fong Jing's biological parents were searching for her before everything unfolded. Kyle further explains that Fong Jing's parents were obstacles in her pursuit of joining the Hua family. He notes her ruthless use of another's hands to eliminate them. Contemplating the scenario, the girl realizes that the woman sought to prevent Song Tengfei from leaving their marriage empty-handed, thereby instigating the murder. The girl suddenly worries for her grandmother's safety, fearing Fong Jing might harm her just as Song Panlai was harmed, displaying her anxiety visibly. Kyle reassures her, saying that he has already arranged for someone to keep a watchful eye on her grandmother, easing her concerns slightly. She expresses her gratitude to Kyle. As her phone rings, she wonders who is calling, and a comic side character makes a fiery complaint about the call. The girl recalls that the last time she met the caller was in Astrocell, holding her phone while musing over the memory. The caller asks if they have plans to celebrate the new year together. Meanwhile, the girl muses privately about wanting to go home to offer her condolences. Another character, Feng Ju, requests a ride to Mingsui Street, causing surprise and confusion among those in the vicinity. The girl appears annoyed by the antics of someone nearby, questioning their bold declarations while tolerating his behavior with an unimpressed look. As she reflects on the situation, she hesitates, remembering her promise not to mention something significant. Meanwhile, a car scene paints a passing movement indicating travel. Overhearing someone's intention to harm, she questions the repeated harm against herself, pondering motivations while observing a new, worried face with a child. A male character mentions someone named Inha, explaining their absence. The girl holds a child's hand, suggesting a familial connection. A male character is frustrated, secretly perturbed that someone would skip New Year's Eve with their wife, instead opting to celebrate with another man, showing clear displeasure. Kal decides it's time to leave, addressing Fong Ju to accompany him. The vehicle departure marks their transition, reflecting a swift change in setting. A distressed woman pleads not to be blamed for causing trouble, revealing to another about Tingfei's unfaithfulness and current involvement with a pregnant woman, escalating tensions. The girl's reaction to the woman's shared information displays understanding, yet she asks for the continuous disruption to stop, believing in the veracity of the revelations. She walks away, internally expressing her resolve to see the matter through, implying a personal vendetta. She contemplates how Fong Jing, driven by paranoia and jealousy, would not accept betrayal quietly, predicting tumultuous outcomes due to this mindset. Riding in a car, a conversation subtly shifts gears as someone acknowledges their awareness of a previous related incident involving high-profile individuals. A flashback reveals an affair between Song Tingfei and a secretary. In anger, the mother disappeared for months with Song, leaving behind a scandalous, fiery memory. The narrative delves into the mother's justified anger upon returning, discovering Song's continued affairs. Meanwhile, plans unfurl in the background for an undisclosed venture. Si Yao's extreme anger overtakes her logical reasoning, leading to a violent outburst where she kills the couple in a fit of rage, emphasizing her descent into madness. Reflecting on the past, the girl, Song Panlai, insists that the situation was more complex than previously understood, hinting at deeper, intertwined motivations. A girl is confronting a guy, expressing her frustration over something unfortunate that happened. She accuses him of being cowardly when faced with those stronger than him, implying he didn't help her when she needed it most. The girl checks her phone, seeing a text from Mo Inha, which reminds them of an appointment. However, there's some tension as it seems the message has brought back bad memories from 30 minutes earlier. She's visibly waiting with some friends, feeling impatient as there's no response yet. 2 hours pass and the girl is still on edge, becoming visibly angry with her phone in hand as she wonders why there's still no reply to her messages. The girl asks Shin to inform Mo Inha about her plans to do acupuncture later. However, Shin reveals that Mo Inha is out on business. The girl is trying to figure out when he might return, looking frustrated. The response she gets is vague, indicating that it could be 10 days or maybe even a month before Mo Inha returns. The girl is clearly upset and not satisfied with this uncertainty. The girl is sending a series of messages to Mo Inha expressing her frustration over him not informing her about his business trip. She's concerned that the interruption in communication could disrupt her process, feeling annoyed and disrupted. Still not getting any responses, the girl gets extremely frustrated, feeling like Mo Inha is ignoring her messages. The situation is making her quite angry, and she feels like her messages are being ignored deliberately. The girl, still on her phone, is questioning if she's been blocked, expressing her stubborn determination to keep contacting Mo Inha until she gets a proper response. In her frustration, she threatens to delete his number if she doesn't get a reply. Mo Inha finally replies, indicating calmness, which further annoys her. The girl's frustration escalates as she gives an ultimatum to Mo Inha, demandingly asking him to either take her along or find someone knowledgeable to help her. Mo Inha questions her maturity level, adding to her frustration and making her blame him for the entire situation. Two characters are seen on a ship at sea, discussing the current situation. One wonders if the decision made will yield any results. Their conversation hints at some uncertainty about the outcome of their journey. One of the characters reflects on how pride can prevent the girl from accepting any help from him, admitting for the first time that he feels defeated. This introspection presents a rare moment of personal vulnerability. On the ground, a group of people is gathered, intrigued by something happening in the distance. The girl looks surprised or amazed, drawing the attention of those around her to a sudden light display that has caught them all off guard. The girl enjoys the moment, perhaps feeling thankful or optimistic. As the others observe, they seem to marvel at her positive demeanor and her ability to keep her composure amid the confusion. She appears at peace with the situation. The girl suddenly clutches her arm in discomfort, with a mysterious voice unseen to anyone else instructing her to stay away from someone or something. This interaction seems ominous and unsettling. The mysterious presence continues to engage the girl, who looks frightened and drops her drink in shock. Her friends ask if she is okay, and she reassures them, hiding the abnormal event she just experienced. Reflecting on past experiences, the girl muses over a man who, despite being absent for a while, has now reappeared. She expresses a contrasting feeling of wanting vengeance but also gratitude, finding herself in a mix of emotions. The girl contemplates her feelings from the past, recounting how any intimate gesture from a man has always made Mo Inha jealous. Though gratitude overrides jealousy, she's still wrestling with mixed emotions. A character adjusts their tie, saying they'll forgive another. They add that, if the person is angry, they should just use more needles on them. The same person, shirtless, tells two others to remember and practice what they're about to learn, as it's crucial for improving their skills. Two individuals walk into a room where someone is relaxing on a couch. They comment that they've arrived just in time. A female character instructs two others to pay attention to how she performs a task, emphasizing the importance of learning correctly. The person reclining asks why the others are staring. The female character seems startled by their gaze. She advises them to memorize all medicines for human treatment and promises to be available for questions. She also emphasizes Mr. Mo's need for careful nurturing. After being addressed as Your Excellency, the woman, surprised, picks up a small box, intrigued by its contents. The shirtless character offers the box to her, saying he wants her to have it. She asks what it is. Reiterating the importance of memorizing medicines, she cautions that Mr. Mo needs special care. She expects them to master the knowledge swiftly. Receiving the box, she questions what it is. The shirtless person assures her that it's nothing to worry about. Outside a car, Muel seems confused about the situation. A voice from the car prompts them to get in quickly. As they prepare to enter, the female reassures Muel and acknowledges their resilience. She suggests Muel nap if tired, promising they'll see Yinho upon waking. Muel agrees with this plan. The scene shifts dramatically to the ocean depths of Atlantis, revealing a towering structure under the sea. In a richly decorated room, the female character, awakened, is informed that Mr. Mo is missing from the room. Looking around the room, she wonders aloud about Mr. Mo's absence. The person with her explains there's nothing to panic about. The explanation continues, reassuring her that Mr. Mo is being cared for. A flashback shows her resting peacefully. Startled by what she sees outside, she's captivated by an unexpected underwater view teeming with life. A fleet of submarines comes into view. The context reveals Mr. Mo's energy is sourced from deep within the ocean waters. She observes the underwater world with wonder. Just then, a man in ornate attire enters the room. Her gaze shifts to the newcomer, who approaches confidently. He asks why she's looking at him so intently. The female remarks she's there for a treatment. The newcomer teases her for staring, but she clarifies her intent to help. He admits he was upset earlier but appreciates her concern for his health, acknowledging her efforts in coming to assist him. The girl is deep in thought, reflecting that he truly embodies the image she has of the perfect man in her mind. A man is pouring wine with a confident expression. He wonders how things turned out this way and wishes that luck had been on his side. Seated at a table, the man inquires if the girl is able to drink, prompting a surprised reaction from her. The girl resolves to drink, eventually becoming inebriated. As glittery effects surround her, she declares her intention to drink more despite her current state. She struggles to stay upright, leaning forward with several bottles around her. The man observes her with a concerned look. She walks away, announcing her need for fresh air and instructing him not to follow. She laments her lack of control due to excessive drinking. Alone and with her head covered by a hood, she realizes something significant, questioning why it's occurring to her now. The man speaks up, offering her a New Year's gift with a warm expression. He presents her with a red box, which she opens to discover a beautiful piece of jewelry. She's surprised and wonders aloud if it's for her, as he confirms her guess. The girl smiles brightly, expressing gratitude and promises to repay him in the future for his kindness. As they sit together, she finds his interest in her New Year's gift amusing. They talk about what to eat, with him saying anything will do. A ship sails in the ocean. The scene shifts back to them dining outdoors with a view of the sea, where the man asks if she likes it. With a playful expression, she debates over today's seafood spread versus yesterday's hot pot, indicating her love for both. He laughs, agreeing with her that both meals have unique flavors. She responds enthusiastically, enjoying the humor in the situation. She suddenly asks what he's doing as she finds herself closer to him, startled at how he triggers thoughts of romance in her mind. He teasingly suggests giving her another chance to decide which one is better, possibly referring to the meals or another topic from before. She becomes flustered, fearing that he might kiss her if she doesn't answer to his satisfaction, pondering the implications of her response. In a playful tone, she tells him to behave himself as they are in public, drawing attention from nearby people who look on amusedly. He confidently reassures her that everyone present is under his command, implying they have nothing to worry about. As a group of waitstaff watches without intervening, He holds her hand tightly, suggesting a level of control over the situation. She affirms her own resolve, reminding herself to return to her seat, surrounded by flowers as the romantic tension lingers. Walking away, she feels a mix of emotions, questioning what would occur if she were to act on her feelings, yet notes that the man didn't follow her outside. The scene captures a comforting moment between a man and Mingjing, who is feeling emotional. He gently assures her that everything will be fine and holds her close as she reflects on her swirling thoughts. Mingjing is embraced warmly by the man, who suggests she should become his woman. His proposal is straightforward, as he smiles and holds her gently. Mingjing firmly expresses her refusal to be a substitute. The man, sitting beside her, asserts that she is not a substitute, explaining that it's the first time for him to have feelings of falling in love. The man watches as Mingjing holds his hand. He confesses that since meeting her, many things have become special to him. He wants her to be the one and only in his life. Mingjing pauses, overwhelmed by emotions, and internally admits her desire for a family but hesitates visibly as she contemplates this dream. She bites her lip, thinking that Mo Inya, the man, loves someone deeply and she feels she could never replace that person in his heart. Mingjing clenches her fist and expresses her wish for a man who prioritizes her above all else. She knows she can't accept it any other way, making her feelings clear. She apologizes, saying she doesn't want to start a family with him. However, he asks her not to reject him right away and suggests she take some time to consider his proposal. The man notices she must be exhausted and suggests they relax. He mentions a nearby island with a natural hot spring and proposes a visit the next day. As Mingjing and the man appear to be considering their conversation, a servant interrupts, addressing him as Your Excellency, indicating that something important needs his attention. In a separate scene, a woman in a blue dress is shown on a balcony, observing a scene outside. She then turns, wearing a cryptic smile, hinting at events she's aware of or involved in. The woman is approached by reporters who eagerly ask her questions. Initially hesitant, she wipes her tears and seems to prepare to respond to their inquiries thoughtfully. Announcing to the gathered crowd, she declares her intention to bring exciting news. She expresses her emotions openly, excited for what she is about to share, leaving the crowd in anticipation. Back with Mingjing and the man simply calls her name. As she thinks to herself, she wonders about her complex emotions and looks out at the horizon, contemplating the situation. The man approaches, and as Mingjing looks back, he reassures her. He draws closer, staring deeply, as if trying to convey his sincerity. Mingjing apologizes, explaining she's had too much to drink, her head spinning. The man suggests she lie down, showing concern for her well-being. He advises her to sit in the lounge and offers her his coat, suggesting it might make her feel better if she's feeling dizzy from the drinks. As Mingjing rests, the man tells her he will watch over her, promising to take responsibility. She responds by saying she'll try to rest, though still appearing unsettled. Smiling gently, he reflects privately on how Mingjing can make his heart calm and feel at ease. It's evident that she has a significant effect on him. Mingjing enjoys the serene atmosphere, gazing at the sunset over the water, seemingly contemplating her relationship with the man. She suddenly notices his absence and wonders where he might have gone, feeling his sudden disappearance keenly. Alone with her thoughts, she admits that the man has been kind, trustworthy, and that her heart is turning towards him. However, the situation remains complicated. She compares her feelings for him to the sun setting, mixing warmth and uncertainty, realizing she desires more clarity about their relationship. The man's face appears contemplative, holding a picture, displaying inner conflict. It seems he's pondered deeply about his feelings and intentions. Mingjing reflects on her actions, questioning if she's being selfish or unrealistic with her expectations. It's apparent she's managing conflicting feelings. She wakes to find his eyes on her, and he asks why she looks so down. Sitting beside her, he gently encourages her to open up about her thoughts. Mingjing quickly responds, denying any serious issue. Her reaction suggests an internal struggle, yet she doesn't fully express what lies beneath the surface. The woman reflects on the exhausting events of the past few days that have led to a state of mental and physical fatigue. She considers that she can no longer continue this way and doubts if she could continue pretending to be Jujo, questioning what she should do now. She affirms to herself that she knows what she needs to do. Holding her own hand firmly, she feels determined to think about new beginnings and the possibility of creating a new family, which gives her a sense of direction and hope. The man acknowledges the tough situation and encourages her by expressing his understanding. He is aware that she has endured hardship and is exhausted, and he wants to alleviate some of her burden. He shares his desire to be with her, longing for a life together, which surprises her. She stands up, alert and seemingly distressed by what she just heard or saw. She ponders over the man's words and questions herself on what she should do next, reflecting on the implication of his desires. The man appears agitated and enters a room with determination. He is upset about the audacity of someone impersonating Jiujio and wants to take action against it. His frustration is evident as he paces around, clearly upset about the impersonation. He vows not to let these individuals get away with their plans, resolving to confront them. Muel, while relaxing in the bath, is surprised to hear about a plan to take Bye-Bye to his parents' place. He questions the need for it. Another character, a young child, amidst bubbles, asks if their father is the one on the phone and expresses a desire to talk to him, welcoming him with a cheerful greeting. The father, who is in conversation, acknowledges that they are taking the child to a safer place due to concerns regarding threats from the M Kingdom, indicating it's a necessary precaution. Muel still isn't sure who is behind Jiujio's impersonation but agrees with the plan to take the child to safety because of the current threats they are facing. The man, listening on the phone, decides it's best to follow his plan to remove any worries he may have, indicating a strategic decision to keep families safe. Addressed as Your Excellency, the man remains focused and attentive, seemingly in a position of authority as he prepares for his next move. Another character, dressed formally, provides information about recent events involving a press conference hosted by Mu, making it clear that they have received support from an external source. Considering the political implications and recognizing pressure from external forces, the man seems contemplative about the situation with Gondwana and whether it's a tactic to intimidate them. A woman, who was watching a media broadcast, seems startled at the mention of divorce, picking up on the implications of someone else's declaration. The formal character praises the strong bond between the main characters, acknowledging the reported solidarity, though it appears to contrast with the earlier broadcast. The man considers the potential reaction of Jiujio upon learning about the impersonation, predicting she would be angry and prompt a search for the imposter. He is advised to ignore persistent phone calls during a busy night, indicating that the media is keen to hear from him as soon as possible, adding pressure to the situation. The woman is infuriated, sneezing in bed while feeling the cold air. She seems to reflect on recent events leading to her current discomfort. Another character knocks at the door, expressing concern and offering something to make her feel better, yet she insists she is about to sleep and initially declines the gesture. Still persistent, the character outside the door wishes her well and leaves something behind. The focus is on showing concern and attempting to provide comfort. As the character slips something under the door, they assert the importance of using it before leaving, indicating it as a thoughtful gesture of care. A small creature inside the room reflects on the kindness of the character, recognizing the gesture's helpfulness despite misgivings. This creature contemplates the effectiveness of what's been left for them, admitting that it's better than the alternative of enduring discomfort. The formal character questions the authenticity of the crown princess's statement, bewildered if she is the same person they once knew. The man acknowledges privately that she must be an imposter, reinforcing his skepticism about her true identity. The main female character prepares to face personal challenges, acknowledging her efforts to make things better despite the strain she experiences from her facade. The formal character offers some reassuring words, while the man remains pensively observing the situation, recognizing orders and maintaining decorum. The woman confirms her identity, though she alludes to personal struggles, hinting at her reluctance to mend relationships for reasons she keeps private. The man questions internally if the woman's actions might indicate that she still cares, trying to decipher the motivations behind her distancing. He ponders on this new, potentially advantageous situation, considering how it might open opportunities for him to connect with her again. A woman mentions she will attend the Four Nations Summit with her fiancé, revealing a significant upcoming event. She speaks with a tone of confidence and authority. She hopes the listener will bring Bye-Bye to the event, since he is her son, indicating a personal connection and family dynamics involved in the situation. The man she speaks to acknowledges that children should be with their mother, but reminds the woman to remember her place. suggesting a tense conversation about family responsibilities. Amidst heated emotions, a bystander urges others to calm down, trying to defuse the situation. It's a moment of tension in a crowded room where even the excellency is advised to maintain composure. The woman appears determined and perhaps upset, speaking internally or to herself about the need to accept the current situation. Her resolve is palpable in the silent room. A serene scene transitions to a boat on the water where the woman is asked about changes in summit plans she assured were necessary. The question is posed casually against a calm backdrop. There's a handshake sealing an agreement between her and a man standing close by. They discuss the ease of their arrangement as they stand on the boat, enjoying the sunny weather. The woman offers to lend her time for a day if there's a genuine desire to proceed, showing flexibility and openness to the situation. The man thanks Ming-Ying, affirming their decision and suggesting they visit the hot springs. His demeanor is relaxed and he's pleased with the arrangement. As they arrive at a deserted island with a hot spring, the man is curious about how she discovered the place, pointing out she was the one who mentioned it first. Suddenly, a young girl appears, surprising them with a coconut offering, asserting it's her first time seeing them here. Her presence is unexpected yet friendly. Noticing the young girl has dragon horns similar to Bai-Bai's, there's a moment of realization or recognition, linking her to the earlier discussions. The atmosphere lightens as the ship leaves for its next destination. The excitement for a new adventure is visible with a playful vibe. The man's excellency proposes an afternoon soak in the hot springs, intriguingly inviting the woman to join, showing a casual invitation from someone important. She contemplates the invitation, pondering his intent after feeling sidelined by his wife, hinting at his complicated personal circumstances. While casually strolling, they discuss preparation plans, showing their mutual understanding and comfort with one another despite underlying tensions. The setting transitions back to a busy command room at the Atlantis military base, highlighting the high-stakes environment and ongoing operations. The man orders doubling personnel at specific checkpoints, indicating strategic movements and increased vigilance in their operations. The woman observes the man at work, finding his dedication attractive, an internal observation amidst the busy command room. Concern arises as she questions whether preparations indicate the onset of a war, while a nearby colleague assures it's merely precautionary. With an air of contemplation, she acknowledges the weight of the preparations while her thoughts wander to promises not to leave certain individuals behind. A connection is made, apparently technological, and there's a personal sentiment expressed as the woman embraces something she hoped never to face again. Holding a wedding invitation, she announces a reminiscence over past losses and triumphs. Her intention is to share good news, using the invitation as a symbol. A commotion ensues as people react to her dramatic gesture of throwing the wedding invitation at the excellency. They are shocked at what they perceive as a disgraceful act by someone of her stature. A young girl with horns on her head mentions that her uncle says accepting a gift means selling one's liberties. A woman with long white hair asks the young girl, Liang, what she wants her to do. The girl expresses her desire for the woman to make a call for her. Liang loudly cries out for her uncle, grabbing the attention of a man projected like a hologram who remains silent. The man is concerned and asks Liang not to cry, wondering where she is. Liang, surrounded by two adults, explains she met a nice lady and a mister on the island, not knowing her location. The man reveals he has been away from Mu recently and was uninformed about Liang's situation. He asks where she is, and she responds she doesn't know either, mentioning her new acquaintances on the island. Another man, identified as Mr. Cheng, observes and comments on the situation as the white-haired woman holds a fish, greeting him with familiarity. The scene shifts to a view of a boat on the water where the woman plans to search with strict secrecy, commenting on being fortunate to find Liang. A man asks the woman if she is sure Liang is on the island. She confirms, mentioning their need to secure certain arrangements and secretly search for 2 more days. She acknowledges the good work done. The woman confidently walks with her entourage, expressing her gratitude for those to whom she owes much, as they prepare to locate Liang. A view of the sky and the island is shown, identified as Hot Spring Island. Liang enjoys a coconut, thanking the woman for it and expressing how tasty it is. The group walks through the forest and Liang asks if she can have some coconuts. The man provides her with another coconut, fulfilling her request. Liang Liang cheerfully receives the coconut, thanking him for it. The man finds her antics cute, expressing this to the woman. The woman advises not to spoil Liang Liang as she kneels down to chat with her. The young girl, curious, wonders aloud about her own actions, presumably having survived in the wilderness. Shock arises when Liang Liang casually mentions she has been on the island for about 15 days, surprising both the woman and the man. The woman is concerned about Liang Liang's lack of survival skills, pondering how anyone could leave her alone on the island, and the man agrees no one expected her to survive. The woman questions Liang Liang about her diet during her time on the island, looking into her eyes. Liang Liang energetically replies that she has been eating fish, clarifying when asked again by the curious woman. Excitedly, Liang Liang surprises everyone by producing a fish from the water, offering it as proof of her fishing abilities. Holding a knife, Liang Liang reassures the fish and swiftly prepares it for grilling while the adults watch, slightly shocked. The grilled fish is ready, and the group gathers around a campfire to enjoy their meal, with the man contemplating quietly. The man reflects inwardly, contemplating if Bai Bai could manage similarly well under such circumstances. Liang Liang, satisfied and grateful, thanks the adults, noting the strange feeling of time passing differently, hinting at a peculiar island secret she wants to uncover. Bai Jusi is walking with two maids, expressing frustration over not being able to convince Liang Liang and feeling forced to take extreme measures. One of the maids reassures Bai Jusi, saying this time Liang Liang will answer the call. Bai Jusi instructs her maids to look for clues, mentioning fish bones as evidence that Liang Liang must be nearby. She urges them to search quickly, reinforcing the urgency of the situation. Bai Jusi demands that the maids find Liang Liang and bring her back immediately. She warns that if they fail to find her, they shouldn't bother returning. The scene shifts to a view of a ship, suggesting a link to the earlier conversation. A character remarks about the time it would take to reach another location, indicating a change in setting. Kyle Leonard and a white-haired woman are interacting. He questions if she's worried about others surpassing them, to which she responds that it would ease her burden if she didn't have to stay with him anymore. Kyle Leonard focuses on a thought, implying something personal and unfinished. He tells the woman to wait until he completes his study, hinting at future plans that involve her. Kyle Leonard, focused on a medical kit, is approached by a man who informs them of unfolding events with the Bai family. The urgency in his tone suggests looming trouble for Shin. Kyle Leonard and the woman discuss a plan targeting Shin. She mentions the wisdom in the Bai family's words, hinting at multiple plot layers in play. The man explains that the crown princess requests protection for Prince Shin. However, a new worry arises as they're unsure of whom to trust, emphasizing the need for caution. Kyle Leonard admits it's hard to think of anyone besides the white-haired woman, portraying a sense of reliance and trust between them. The man questions whether additional protection should be arranged for Prince Shin. Kyle Leonard advises against alerting enemies, expressing confidence in the white-haired woman's capabilities. Kyle Leonard confidently states that the white-haired woman isn't just a doctor, indicating she has unique skills or significance beyond her medical expertise. The white-haired woman shows a hint of confusion while Kyle Leonard gazes at her, suggesting a deeper connection or understanding beyond words. A maid reminds Bai Jusi of her transformation from Bai Qishui to a world-famous figure. This revelation highlights Bai Jusi's rise in status and identity change. Bai Jusi confidently acknowledges her new identity, empowering herself with the image of a strong, well-known woman, as she reflects on her role and influence. In a flashback, a successful surgery is revealed, with Bai Jusi appearing thrilled to now possess someone else's face. Her laughter suggests a sinister motive. Bai Jusi asserts she'll continue the charade until the real Bai Jusi never returns, driven by ambition to be recognized by the Bai family. Bai Jusi tells her maids to remind Liang Yang of her struggle without food or drink for 15 days, emphasizing her dedication in the search. A maid assures Bai Jusi that she has memorized her lines, showing loyalty and preparation in carrying out Bai Jusi's plans. The maid corrects herself, addressing Bai Jusi with her new name. Bai Jusi affirms her identity, reinforcing her authority and the importance of reputation. The white-haired woman discusses returning to the headquarters, and a hologram suggests Liang Yang join. This highlights her strategic planning and connections. Another character agrees to Liang's assistance, expressing excitement about spending more time together, hinting at budding camaraderie and joy. The white-haired woman joyfully embraces Liang, grateful for their encounter and the happiness it brings, suggesting positive relationships. Kyle Leonard observes the scene, noting the quiet peace around them as the situation develops positively. His gaze reflects a subtle sense of relief. As joy fills the air, birds carry on with their chatter, while an unvoiced question about someone's whereabouts introduces mild suspense to the scene. Bai Jusi continues her search, frustrated by the lack of news regarding Liang's location. She remains determined, pushing her maids to keep looking. A maid points out smoke as Bai Jusi's attention sharpens, hinting at potential clues. Bai Jusi instructs her maids to investigate, maintaining focus on her mission. A scenic boulevard stretches ahead, a colorful kite resting on the pavement with words of encouragement written across it. One character wonders aloud if riding the kite will make them fall. Another character near them replies, uncertain and apprehensive, as they express their doubts about the safety of the activity. The person holding the child's hand engages warmly, reassuringly asking if the child wants to try it out, hoping to inspire confidence in them. Although the child seems unsure about the suggestion, the heartfelt enthusiasm shared amidst the characters is clearly visible. Emphasizing trust, one character points out they've done this before, proposing the idea as wholesome fun. The child, standing quietly, listens intently to an adult in a grand room with high windows. A conversation between the adults reveals curiosity and anticipation around an upcoming guest, reflecting mixed emotions of surprise and intrigue. The group seems to be waiting for someone important to arrive. Outside, another figure glances towards the scene, possibly eavesdropping or contemplating the discussion held indoors, creating a subtle tension in the air. The family gathers outside by a luxurious vehicle, discussing the identity of a significant individual referred to as his daughter, hinting at mysterious connections while leaving some members astonished. There's a whisper between two women, highlighting their eager curiosity about the unexpected revelation. Their intrigue speaks volumes as they speculate on the possible reasons behind the surprising turn of events. One character is taken aback upon discovering that someone mentioned is this man's daughter, their expression one of disbelief. In a separate scene, a smiling adult comforts the child, who expresses their loneliness and desire to go home, suggesting a protective bond. The adult assures the child not to worry, inflating a nurturing and secure ambience. A close-up of determined eyes marks a moment of contemplation and concern over an unspecified family finding out something. The intensity of their gaze suggests a deeper unease and anticipation of potential consequences stemming from undisclosed events or secrets. The comforting adult, now holding the child, strides confidently towards two seemingly authoritative figures, offering polite words as they proceed forward. The child remains in their embrace, suggesting a circle of protection and reassurance amidst the official atmosphere. An ominous presence seems to advise the adult holding the child. He contemplates the hidden complexities of their situation, silently analyzing the circumstances before him. This internal monologue hints at underlying schemes and unspoken dynamics without revealing the intricate web behind their actions. A fantastic sight reveals a magnificent dragon hovering in the distance, mesmerizing onlookers as the scene transitions to people discussing the spectacle. One character expresses awe while another reflects on what it means for an individual's predicament. Meanwhile, a lone observer wrestles with feelings of regret and loss, lamenting silently. Someone seems to be recounting a surprising transformation, with a dragon vanishing into the clouds. They acknowledge losing someone named Liang, conveying an overwhelming sense of disbelief and the unexpected nature of the events they witnessed. Over the phone, a composed individual offers reassuring words, dismissing any growing worries regarding the situation. There's an undercurrent of calm authority in their response, perhaps suggesting an intention to manage matters smoothly despite the upheaval. The scene at a lively, bustling location underscores a confrontation. A question arises about the whereabouts of Liang, while the arrival of Mo Inha causes a stir. The reactions from surrounding figures display a mix of confusion and urgency as they grapple with this twist in events. A confident speaker with two attendants nearby reveals that Liang is currently with them, prompting surprise from others present. Their authoritative demeanor raises questions about their motives and intentions as curiosity and tension ripple through the gathering. A contemplative character sits pensively at a table, staring at their phone, pondering over an important call. They're informed about the location, accentuating the continuous flow of restless thoughts and emerging revelations they need to address. An animated reunion occurs as one character happily informs another that their uncle is nearby. Full of joy, the child is lifted in a spirited embrace, adding a breath of relief and happiness to an otherwise tense narrative. Inside a study, figures discuss an unknown woman's visit, noting how her arrival is meticulously timed. The scene exudes an air of suspicion and guardedness, highlighting the anticipatory awareness of the observers analyzing the unfolding situation. Amidst the revelation, confusion mounts as characters grapple with a comment impacting the current dynamics. The unexpected nature of the news shines through in their reactions, compounded by the urgent need for clarity on the situation. Someone rapidly narrates a critical piece of information, revealing an unexpected family connection that results in shock and confusion. The newly surfaced facts challenge their understanding of known relationships, disrupting the narrative's existing structure. A character internalizes newfound information, marveling at the resemblances they observed. They reflect on familial attributes, illuminating personal revelations that impact their understanding of the individuals around them. A tense moment captures the attempt to seize a phone as urgency and chaos spill over, visually emphasizing the frantic nature of the ongoing situation. This hurried action adds to the undercurrent of stress permeating the interaction. An emotional confrontation unfolds over the phone, involving reminders of past vulnerabilities and shared history. The emphasis is on guarding important people and spaces, underscoring themes of protection and familial ties. At the grand entrance, gratitude marks the exchange between characters as they prepare to part ways. Lingering questions express curiosity about the unfolding future, keeping the atmosphere courteous yet charged with anticipation. The unique arrival of individuals dressed for an occasion triggers questions about their visit's purpose. Highlighting a dynamic social environment, the onlookers ponder over possible motivations behind this eventful meeting. A polite invitation is extended, hinting at customary practices to maintain cordial relationships. The overture serves as a strategic attempt to navigate social obligations amidst underlying currents of intrigue and expectation. The adult holding the child conveys a need to prioritize important responsibilities, choosing to depart. The decision reflects the continuous tension between personal obligations and external expectations, concluding with unresolved complexity. The scene unfolds with a woman addressing Muel as Miss, handing her something while on a garden path. In the background, a group of men walk together, with one of them allowing Muel some time to react, pondering about how their emotions could explain certain mysteries. Muel, after receiving some news, feels overwhelmed. Meanwhile, a different girl appears joyful as she stands by the sea, seemingly amazed by the view. A man in a floral shirt appears agitated, questioning if someone has informed Mo Inha about Liang Liang being his daughter. He insists that he didn't reveal the truth, emphasizing his innocence and the risk he faced. Continuing the call, the man emphasizes the difficulty of the situation, revealing his frustrations and disbelief. He lies back, reflecting on his recent experiences, trying to make sense of everything. The narrative shifts to the Yi residence, suggesting that upcoming events are about to unfold in this luxurious setting. The woman from earlier reads shocking updates on her phone about relationships and secret revelations involving the Yi family. She processes the possibility that the rumors could indeed be true. Online chat reveals a conversation where someone denies a familial connection, possibly to distract from an underlying truth. Jingjing reads a message from their father about spoiling her sister and promises to give her all his pocket money. The woman silently reflects on the recent communication when another character approaches, asking where she plans to go. Her response is brief, signaling she needs a moment before moving forward. The following morning, Noah Park wakes up in surprise, indicating that an unexpected discovery or event has occurred. Social media buzzes with controversial news about Yi Shen, accusing him of taking advantage of Yang Wanqing. In a tragic turn, it suggests Yang Wanqing faced unbearable humiliation, leading to a drastic action. A confrontation ensues as Muel demands the return of her daughter. Her insistence suggests a deeply personal conflict with the men present. One of the men questions why Muel should expect him to comply. He counters by claiming that the daughter is also his and insists he won't let her leave. Muel reacts with disbelief, mocking the idea that her daughter is shared, asserting she only gave a son. She grapples with how he discovered the truth. Dismissing her response as futile, the man insists on the legitimacy of his claim, emphasizing his connection to the child and implying proof will come to light. As the argument continues, another voice interjects, making it clear they are aware of hidden truths but refusing to elaborate further. The man acknowledges Muel's role in raising the daughter but asserts biological ties. He accuses her of neglect, pointing out her previous actions and perceived heartlessness regarding both children. In a flashback, a young girl calls out, hinting at a missed connection between her and her parents, casting shadows on past decisions. The argument escalates with the accusation of abandoning the child on the island. Muel strongly denies the claim while her adversary remains skeptical. The tension peaks as the man accuses Muel of lying. She pleads for help while someone in the background calls for restraint. As the altercation reaches its climax, the man is advised to consider his actions carefully, adding a moment of reflection amidst the brewing conflict. The man with the microphone is speaking on the phone, explaining that His Excellency is currently dealing with reporters. He mentions the matter is complicated due to Yang Wanling's significant background. The man is distressed, yelling into his phone, questioning what happened. He explains that during the recent Four Nations Summit, it was revealed that Yang Wanling, the princess of Gondwana, is the sister of Chu Gaoyang. The scene shifts to a narrative explaining that love can blossom between two people amidst desperate times. A woman in a dress is offered a hand by a princely figure, suggesting a deeper connection and an unspoken story between them. A girl, startled by a phone notification, exclaims as she rushes towards someone, dropping her phone in the process. Moments later, two people appear surprised on the floor, reacting to her sudden movement.